ఇంకోసారి చేయను. तो भी एक बार खाने का पूजा
and delegates and researchers and my dear students. A very warm good morning to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 3 days International Symposium of New Days Discoveries in Brain and Disorders, Excitements and Opportunities. Before we commence the scientific proceedings of this symposium, it is my privilege to introduce the eminent personalities who have graciously accepted our invitation and joined for this prestigious event. The symposium has brought together renowned neuroscientists, clinicians, researchers, and academicians from India and abroad, whose remarkable contributions have significantly advanced our understanding of brain disorders and neurological sciences. May I now present our distinguished guests and eminent speakers. Professor Morlina Hegde, Department of Neurosurgery, Post and Methodics Research Institute from the Texas, USA. He is an internationally renowned neuroscientist recognized for his pioneering research in neurodegeneration, linear repair mechanisms, and Alzheimer's disease. Professor Masato Kinoshita, Department of Neurology, National Hospital Organization from Kyoto, Japan. She is a distinguished neurologist whose research has greatly contributed to the understanding and management of neurological disorders and dementia. Dr. P. Vishya, a neurologist from Lalita Super Specialty Hospital, Toronto. She is a highly respected clinician dedicated to creating awareness about brain health and neurological disorders among the public. Dr. Anita Varnevan, National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience, Bangalore. She is one of the India's leading neuropathologists, well known for her extensive work in neurodegenerative diseases as pathological research. Dr. Kavita Babu, a professor from Indian Institute of Sciences from Bangalore. She is an eminent researcher whose work focuses on neuroscience, molecular biology, and innovative approaches to the understanding of brain disorders. Dr. K. Sri Krishna Chaitanya, a spine surgeon from King's Hospital, Hyderabad. He is a distinguished expert in spine surgery and the management of complex neurological and spinal disorders. Dr. Sashikanta Karai, a professor from National Institute of Technology, Raipur. He is an accomplished academician and researcher whose interdisciplinary work bridges engineering and biomedical sciences. Dr. Bhuvanam Kalu Srinivas Reddy, a neurosurgeon from Guntur, is a renowned neurosurgeon with extensive clinical experience in the diagnosis and management of neurological diseases. Dr. Sirisha Chaudhary, a neurologist from Hyderabad. She is a respected neurologist actively involved in advancing neurological care and promoting awareness of brain disorders. Professor K. Jagannath Rao, Co-Chancellor from K. University, Vijayawada. He is an eminent academic leader and visionary whose contributions to higher education and research have inspired countless scholars. Dr. Samatha, a neurologist from King's Hospital, Guntur. She is a dedicated clinician committed to improving neurological care and patient outcomes. Dr. Chilla Suresh, Director Grade Scientist from ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition from Hyderabad. He is a distinguished scientist whose research in nutrition and public health has significantly contributed to understanding factors affecting brain health and diseases. We are deeply honored by the presence of these distinguished experts and we look forward to getting the valuable insights from their scientific deliberations during the next 3 days of this symposium. And I am confident that their insights and experiences will make the symposium intellectually enriching and inspiring for all of us. Now, I would like to briefly take you through the program schedule for the next 3 days so that all our delegates and participants can have an overview of the sessions and activities planned for the symposium. Coming to the 3 days program schedule, the day event on 29 June 2026, the first day begins with the inaugural ceremony, making the official commencement of the art symposium. The inaugural ceremony includes a welcome dance, lighting of the lamp, release of the Savanay group, and addresses by our distinguished guests. Next, the scientific proceedings commence with the keynote lectures by our internationally renowned experts, Professor Muralidhar Hegde from USC and Professor Masato Kinoshita from Japan, who will share their invaluable insights into brain disorders and neuroscience research. The day also includes a public awareness talk by Dr. P. Vishya, focusing on brain health and neurological disorders, followed by the formative convocation ceremony celebrating the academic achievements of our graduates. Coming to the day 2 schedule on 30th June 2026, the second day is dedicated to scientific deliberations and knowledge exchange. We are privileged to have the sessions by Dr. Anita Mahadevan from National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences from Bangalore, and Dr. Kavita Babu from Indian Institute of Sciences from Bangalore, and Dr. Sri Krishna Chaitanya from King's Hospital, Hyderabad. The afternoon session is reserved for the poster presentation sessions The day concludes with the Walk for Your Brain rally, a public awareness initiative aimed at promoting brain health and emphasizing the importance of preventing neurological disorders. Coming to the day 3 schedule, on 1st July 2026, the third day and the final will feature scientific sessions by eminent experts including Dr. Shashikanta Karai and Dr. V. Srinivas Reddy, Dr. Sirisha Chaudhary, Professor K. Jagannath Rao, Dr. Samatha and Dr. Suresh Sharma. These sessions will provide valuable insights into recent advances in neuroscience, clinical practice and interdisciplinary research related to brain disorders. The symposium will culminate with the Young Scientist Award ceremony, recognizing the outstanding research contributions, followed by the valedictory function. The next 3 days promise an enriching journey of scientific discussions, keynote lectures, research presentations, public awareness activities, and meaningful interactions among the experts, faculty members, researchers, and students. I request all the participants to actively engage in every session and make the best use of this unique opportunity to learn, collaborate, and exchange their ideas. With this brief overview of the program schedule, let us now proceed with the inaugural ceremony of 3 days International Symposium on New Discoveries in Brain and Disorders, Excitements and Opportunities. Thank you.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries, eminent scientists, researchers, academicians, healthcare professionals, faculty members, students and participants gathered here for the inauguration of the 3-day International Symposium on New Discoveries in Brain and Disorders, Excitement and Opportunities. On behalf of the organizing committee and our institution, I extend a heartfelt welcome to every participant who has joined us from different regions and disciplines.
The human brain, often regarded as the most complex structure in the known universe, continues to fascinate scientists, educators, healthcare professionals, and researchers. Recent advances in neuroscience, artificial intelligence, neuroimaging, cognitive science, and mental health research have opened new pathways for understanding how the brain functions, learns, adapts, and heals.
Practitioners to exchange ideas, discuss groundbreaking discoveries, and explore innovative approaches in addressing the challenges associated with brain health and neurological disorders. While scientific progress has been remarkable, many questions remain unanswered, making this field both exciting and challenging.
Today we gather not only to celebrate scientific achievements, but also to encourage interdisciplinary collaboration, inspire young researchers, and promote meaningful discussions that may contribute to future breakthroughs in neuroscience and brain-related studies.
I am confident that the presentations, panel discussions, and interactions scheduled throughout the symposium will enrich our understanding and stimulate new ideas for research and innovation.
I express my sincere gratitude to our keynote speakers, invited experts, sponsors, organizing committee members, faculty, and volunteers whose dedication has made this event possible.
With great enthusiasm and optimism, I request the welcome dance team of AMRMCP to officially welcome the esteemed guests on 3-day International Symposium on New Discoveries in Brain and Disorders, Excitement and Opportunities. Let's invite them with big round of applause.
ఆడతానా ఓకే ఏ తీసిన ఫోటోలో ఏ డౌన్ ఎవరు ఫోటో ఇలా
It is my privilege and honor to welcome our esteemed dignitaries to the dais. May I now humbly request our esteemed Dean of Academics, A. Pavani Garu, to kindly grace the dais with her presence. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome her with a warm and resounding round of applause. Thank you, ma'am.
On behalf of AMLT Memorial College of Pharmacy, it's our proud privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to Dr. K. Krishna Reddy, Principal of AMLT Memorial College of Diploma, to come forward and place the chair with your esteemed guests. Let us welcome him with a heart round of applause.
Thank you, sir. May I now respectfully invite Dr. Mallikarjun Garu, Principal of AMLT Memorial College of Engineering and Technology, to kindly grace the dais with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome him with a warm and enthusiastic round of applause. Thank you, sir.
May I now humbly request Dr. P. Bhargavabhushan Rao, shall request you to come forward and with a well-deserved round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I humbly request Dr. K. Keshamurthy sir, Principal, University College of Pharmacy, Acharya Nagarjuna University, to raise the dais.
Thank you, sir. Representing the next generation of the AMLT group of educational institutions, Mr. Manas Reddy brings with him a global perspective, having returned from the United States with a vision that blends international exposure with a deep commitment to education services. On behalf of AMLT Memorial College of Pharmacy, I humbly request you to kindly grace the dais with your esteemed presence. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause. Thank you, sir.
It is often said that true measure of a leader lies
wait,
not in the position they hold,
wait,
but in the lives they touch. Dr.
Sarmaru, kamate.
Srinivas Reddy Garu has dedicated herself to the noble idea through her unwavering commitment and humanity and dedication. Her service to society
వాడేనా వీడియో
extends
కలపండి.
far beyond the boundaries of our institution.
అదనగా మనకు వచ్చినట్టు
Compassionate heart
ఇకాకు వచ్చే
has been
జల్దిజా
the forefront of providing food to the needy, extending support to orphans and unclaimed deceased persons to ensure they receive dignified last rites. Standing beside people living with HIV, helping children and families affected by thalassemia, and offering scholarships and educational support to deserved students from rural and economically disadvantaged backgrounds.
Despite her remarkable achievements, Dr. Shanti Reddy Garu is admired for her humility, simplicity, and down-to-earth nature. She treats everyone with respect, encourages students and faculty with kindness, and leads by example through her warmth, compassion, and unwavering dedication. Her inspiring leadership has transformed not only institutions but also countless lives.
Madam, your vision, generosity, and tireless efforts continues to inspire us all. On behalf of AMLD Memorial College of Pharmacy, it's our greatest honor to extend our heartfelt welcome to you. May I now humbly request our respected Secretary, Dr. Ashwini Shanti Srinivas Reddy. Kindly join us.
Thank you, ma'am. I respectfully invite today's guest of honor, Professor K. Jagannath Rao Garu, Pro-Chancellor, KL deemed to the University, for your outstanding contribution to the academics. You have inspired countless researchers and practitioners to kindly grace the dais. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. Please give him a big round of applause.
The name Muralidhar beautifully signifies the bearer of the flute, a revered name of Lord Krishna, symbolizing wisdom, harmony, compassion, and divine guidance. True to the essence of his name, Professor Hagde, Department of Neurosurgery, Houston Methodist Research Institution, USA, a distinguished scientist, so has inspired countless students and researchers through his outstanding contribution to neurosciences and academic excellency. On behalf of AMLD Memorial College of Pharmacy, it's our proud privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to Professor Muralidhar Hagde. Sir, may I humbly request you to come forward onto the stage and enlighten us with your gracious presence. Let us welcome him.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, eminent scientists, faculty members, researchers, and dear students, it is now my singular honor to welcome a distinguished scholar from the land of rising sun, Japan, a nation admired for its innovation, discipline, and pioneering contributions to science and technology. Professor Hiroshita, your presence adds immense prestige to our international symposium on new discoveries in brain and disorders. Ma'am, may I actually
Madam. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Advocate of Vizianas, Professor Hiroshita Garu, welcome to India.
Thank you all the dignitaries for gracing the dais. The lighting of the lamp is a cherished tradition that symbolizes the triumph of knowledge over ignorance, wisdom over darkness, and hope over uncertainty. As we gather to explore the remarkable advances in brain science and neurological disorders, this sacred ceremony reminds us of all collective commitment to enlightenment, discovery, and innovation. May I now respectfully invite our esteemed chief guest of honor, distinguished speakers, principals, and organizing secretary to kindly come forward and participate in the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. Please come forward. you all please be seated.
A souvenir is more than a publication. It is the lasting reflection of an institute's vision, achievements, and cherished memories. It captures the essence of this international symposium, showcasing the scientific contributions, messages from eminent personalities, and the collective efforts of everyone who made this event a grand success.
It is now my great privilege to invite our esteemed dignitaries to officially release the souvenir of the International Symposium on New Discoveries in Brain and Disorders. May this souvenir serve as a source of knowledge, inspiration, and lasting memory for this remarkable scientific gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request our dignitaries
Now, I request Mr. Atluri Manas Reddy, Global Secretary of AM Reddy Group of Educational Institutions, to give his welcome address.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed keynote speakers, a very warm welcome to all of you. I am Abdul Manas, the Global Network Director of the AMR Education Foundation. It is my great honor to welcome you to the International Conference on New Discoveries in the Human Brain. On behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely thank each of you for joining us from around the world for this important scientific gathering. The human brain remains one of the greatest frontiers in modern science. Although neurosciences has made remarkable progress, we're only beginning to understand how billions of neurons work together to shape perception, memory, emotion, intelligence, creativity, and decision-making. Every new discovery helps us better understand not only human behavior, but also the forces that influence our societies, economies, and overall well-being. Today, neuroeconomics is emerging as an exciting interdisciplinary field that brings together neurosciences, psychology, economics, artificial intelligence, and behavioral science to understand how the brain makes decisions under conditions of uncertainty, risk, reward, and social interaction. Modern neuroscience has shown that our choices are influenced not only by logic, but also by emotion, learning, memory, and social cognition. Over the next 3 days, we'll hear from internationally renowned experts who will share their latest research on brain function, decision neuroscience, computational neuroeconomics, neuroimaging, artificial intelligence, and neuroscience, as well as including behavioral finance, cognitive psychology, and translation brain research. We extend our sincere gratitude to our distinguished keynote speakers, invited experts for sharing the time, knowledge, and expertise. Your presence enriches this conference and advances the global exchange of scientific ideas. I hope this conference inspires new discoveries, meaningful collaborations, and innovative solutions that will shape the future of neuroscience and neuroeconomics. It is my great honor to officially welcome you to the International Conference on New Discoveries in the Human Brain. Thank you.
Thank you, Manas, for addressing the International Symposium and introducing mysterious aspects of neuron and nervous system. And now I respectfully invite Dr. Atluri Shanti Srinivas Reddy ma'am, Secretary of AM Reddy Group of Educational Institutions, to give us the welcoming words. Please come forward, ma'am.
Very good morning and respected guests, and both from India and abroad. My most beloved faculty and non-teaching and my lovable students. A very good morning to everyone. Yeah, here is the AMR group of institutions. We believe that education is the most powerful tool for social transformation and rural development. Our vision is to create an institution where quality education is accessible to every deserving student, regardless of their geographical location, economic background, or social circumstances. We are particularly committed to empowering students from rural and tribal communities by providing them from opportunities. At AMR group of institutions, we view these challenges not as obstacles but as opportunities to make a meaningful impact through education, innovation, and community engagement. We recognize that the future demands graduates who are not only academically competent but also skilled, innovative, and adaptable. We build the institution with the same honor. Scientific research remains central to our institutional mission. We envision developing centers of excellence that address diseases and public health challenges affecting underserved populations, particularly those in rural and tribal regions. The vision of AMR group of institutions aligns with the national priorities of equitable education, rural development, and innovation, as well as the aspirations of the National Educational Policy 2020. We are looking for collaborations to transform our institutions into a global model through a global network. In the future, AMR group of institutions seeks not only to educate students but also to empower communities, strengthen the nation, and contribute to sustainable global development. In these 3 days in symposium, I'm just giving the solutions, like I'm just giving the advice to all the students to learn what's going on, and you need to learn the new things, and whoever coming from abroad, and they can you can use their gain their knowledge, and feel free to ask the questions, whatever the questions you have, whatever the topics they are giving, and you can ask those questions also. And everybody, please use this opportunity, and thank you very much to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your key insights and in delivering how the rural education has to be reached to all the areas in and around the world, and explaining the vision and mission of the institute towards the quality education. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I request Dr. P. Bhargavabhushan Rao, Principal of A.M. Reddy Memorial College of Pharmacy, to give his speech regarding 3-day International Symposium on New Discoveries in Brain and Disorders. Please, sir.
It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all the distinguished delegates, eminent scientists, clinicians, academicians, researchers, industry professionals, and students to the 3-day International Symposium on New Discoveries in Brain Disorders, Excitement, and Opportunities. The human brain, often described as the most complex structure in the known universe, it continues to fascinate and challenge us. Recent advances in neuroscience, artificial intelligence, neuroimaging, and cognitive science and mental health research have opened new pathways for understanding how the brain functions, learns, and heals. So this seminar serves as a catalyst for exchanging ideas and discussing groundbreaking discoveries, exploring innovative approaches to address challenges in brain health and neurological disorders, encouraging interdisciplinary collaboration and inspiring young researchers, promoting meaningful dialogue that can contribute to future breakthroughs. This prestigious scientific gathering reflects our institution's unwavering commitment to advancing knowledge, promoting innovation and fostering excellence in pharmaceutical education and research. So A.M. Reddy Memorial College of Pharmacy is the first pharmacy college in South India to receive IPRO grant, a proud milestone worth celebrating. To address this achievement, AMR Group of Education Institutions is launching the International Award Series beginning in 2026, honoring exceptional scientists and doctors for globally recognized discoveries. We are the first organization in India to establish such international awards presented biennially across fields to those making outstanding contributions to the society. So, the inaugural 2026 award, the Alzheimer's Research Award, focused on brain research and mental health and was presented during the international conference. So, mental health was chosen as the first theme due to its growing global impact, projected to be a leading health concern by 2050. Over the course of 3 days, participants will have the opportunity to engage with cutting-edge research, exchange ideas with leading experts, and establish meaningful academic and professional collaborations that will contribute to the future advancements in neural research and patient care. I sincerely congratulate the organizing committee, faculty members, student volunteers, and all the supporting staff whose dedication and meticulous planning have made this international symposium possible. I also express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed keynote speakers, invited experts, sponsors, and collaborating organizations and participants for their valuable contributions and enthusiastic support. I extend my warmest wishes to the grand success of the symposium and hope that every participant enjoys an enriching, intellectual, stimulating, and memorable experience. Thank you. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, sir, for your key insights regarding this 3 days international symposium and your vision towards the importance of the collaboration towards this academic excellence. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I hand over the session to Dr. Pavani ma'am, Dean of Academics, to proceed the award presenting ceremony. Please, ma'am.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, from the dynamic Lady Secretary Madam Atluri Sankireddy Madam of AMR Group of Educational Institutions, Global Secretary Atluri Manas Reddy, and the esteemed guests from US, Professor Muralidhar Hedde Garu, from Japan, Dr. Masaka Kinoshita ma'am, advisor, AMD Group of Educational Institutions, Professor K.S. Jagannath Rao Garu, principals, Engineering College, Dr. Mallikarjun Garu, Diploma, Dr. Krishna Reddy Garu, Pharmacy, Dr. Baba Bhushan Garu, Acharya Nagarjuna University Principal Sir, and the esteemed guests on the dais, off the dais, invited faculty members from other colleges, parents, and most importantly, dynamic and vibrant, lovable students. A very good morning to one and all. And dear students and ladies and gentlemen, it's a profound milestone that our college Research Awards to the two leading neuroscientists whose work is changing the world, Dr. Muralidhar Hegde from the USA and Madam Masaka Kinoshita from Japan. Dr. Muralidhar Hegde holds the prestigious Emirate E. and Randy K. Bernal Continual Endowed Chair at the Neurological Institute. He is a professor of neurosurgery and inaugural director of the Division of DNA Repair Research at the Houston Methodist Research Institute in Texas University. Dr. Hegde's lab integrates the cutting-edge approaches to uncover clinical link between defective DNA repair pathways and neuronal dysfunctions, identifying them as the vital new targets for drug discovery. By developing novel cell lines on a globally unique ALS animal model, his brilliant contributions have vastly deepened our understanding of neurodegenerative disorders. Coming to Madam Dr. Masaka Kinoshita from Japan. She is serving as the chief neurologist at the National Hospital Organization, Utano National Hospital, and is an adjunct professor at the Nara Medical University School of Medicine. Dr. Kinoshita has made outstanding contributions to the understanding of neurodevelopmental and neurodegenerative disorders. Her pioneering work in the EEG analysis of seizures, sleep medicine, and molecular pathways of Parkinson's disease has profoundly impacted global mental health research. She is an esteemed member of neurological societies worldwide, and we are honored to recognize her today. Furthermore, we deeply honored to share that both Madam Kinoshita as well as Dr. Hegde have been sponsored as global speakers by the International Brain Research Organization, that is IBRO, in France. They were competitively selected for their remarkable contributions to brain research. Notably, our Enridy Memorial College of Pharmacy is one of 22 institutions globally and second institution in India as one of the institutions to receive the prestigious IBRO Speaker Support Grant for the year 2026. We now arrive at the most anticipated moment of our program, the formal conferral of awards upon our esteemed guests. It's now my distinct privilege to commence the award ceremony as we formally recognize and honor the extraordinary achievements of our distinguished guests. We shall now proceed to the most auspicious segment of our gathering. Let's invite this accolade. Now I request our Secretary Madam, Advisor Sir and Principals to honor the guests with AMR Alzheimer's Researcher Awards 2026. May I now request Dr. Muralidhar Hegde Garu to receive the AMR Alzheimer's Award for the year 2026 with a round of applause, please. I humbly request Secretary Madam, Global Secretary, Advisor, the Principals to confer the award to Dr. Muralidhar Hegde Garu. Music start, please.
इधर चुमाई इधर का दो होता ना जो ना तो पीछे रखना जरा तू इधर रखना सामने जा तो सभी ग्रुप आने मांगो दोनों ही करना है
We humbly request
Don't have to name it.
Mr. Hegde's, Mrs. Muralidhar Hegde and children also to join in honoring our sir.
तू आता शाम में का तुझे बरहो नहीं शाम में का तो बरहो नहीं मिली तू पीछे खड़ा जरा ये चाका कर के सर ना अच्छा लाइव है दूसरा क्या
Students, please give a big round of applause.
Madam. మేడం ఒకసారి చూడండి
నాలుగో సార్ గారు ఒకే కాకుండా నాలుగో సార్ కూర్చోకుండా
This accolade is reserved for those
Side
whose
వచ్చేసి,
brilliance
side వచ్చేసి.
has fundamentally shifted our understanding of the human brain.
Okay.
For his unparalleled
Sir.
contributions to the regeneration and his distinguished presence as an IBRO-sponsored speaker. It's really our great honor to confer this award to Dr. Muralidhar Hegde garu. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Dr. Hegde, we confer this award upon you with our deepest admiration and gratitude. We are immensely proud to have your name forever associated with this inaugural AMR Alzheimer's Researcher Award for the year 2026. Sir, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to celebrate unparalleled excellence in brain, we shall now proceed to honor Madam Masaka Kinoshita from Japan with a round of applause, please. Music, please.
సార్ కొంచెం ఫ్రెండ్ రారా సార్ భారత సార్ కొంచెం జరగండి మేడం ఇది వచ్చేసి ఓకే రెడీ రెడీ
It is with immense pride, Madam Dr. Kinoshita, in recognition of her transformative discoveries and her unprecedented selection as an IBRO speaker, the AMR Group of Education Institutions is proud to honor Madam Dr. Masaka Kinoshita with AMR Alzheimer's Researcher Award for the year 2026. With a round of applause, dear students. చప్పట్లు బొబ్బట్లా ఉండాలి చప్పట్లు అట్లాగా కాదు బొబ్బట్లా ఉండాలి మీ చప్పట్లు as an esteemed IBRO speaker and a pioneer in her field, ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in welcoming and clapping along with all together to honor and confer this award. I request all the faculty members to join onto the dais to confer the award to the guests, please. Once again, I request all the respected faculty members
వస్తారు సార్. మేడం కొంచెం సేపు వచ్చింది. యా. ఓకే సార్, ఇటు చూడండి సార్. ఓకే
खड़ा
కొంచెం
stay don't let it go
The AMA Group of Education Institutions, and particularly AMPT Memorial College of Pharmacy, celebrates this milestone with profound joy. We hope this gathering serves as a powerful source of inspiration for our faculty and the younger generation. May it encourage all of us to contribute to the brain research to ensure better mental health for tomorrow. Thank you both of you for your unwavering dedication to the future of neuroscience is a true beacon of inspiration for everyone in the symposium, especially to our student community. It is our absolute privilege to celebrate your monumental contributions today, Madam Kinoshita and Muralidhar Hegde sir. Once again, I would like to thank the dynamic Lady Secretary Madam Chandireddy Garu for providing this grand platform. And thank you once again. Over to Ms. Rajay and Mrs. Geeta. Thank you once again.
I request Dr. Ravi Shankar Garu, Vigyan College of Pharmacy. Sir, please grace the dais for this promoting display. Please, sir. A souvenir is more than a publication. It is a lasting reflection of an institute's vision, achievements, and cherished memories. It captures the essence of the International Symposium, showcasing the scientific contributions, messages from eminent personalities, and the collective efforts of everyone who made this event a grand success.
It's my great privilege to invite our esteemed dignitaries to officially release the souvenir of the International Symposium on New Discoveries in Brain and Disorders. Please join with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request all the dignitaries to kindly release the souvenir, followed by a warm round of applause.
खड़ा खड़ा मार
It is now my privilege and honor to introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Professor K.S. Garu, for this gathering. Professor K.S. Garu is an distinguished academician, researcher, and visionary leader who contributed to the field of academics with countless scholars and professionals. On behalf of organizing committee and all the participants, here I respectfully request you to deliver the address, sir. Please, sir. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. Hope you are all keep your brain active. I have three things to start first. Okay. First, all of you stand, give a big clap to your secretary madam, who is a woman running an institution both in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. That's first. Second one, stand method only, okay? How to activate your brain. Hold one nose, all of you hold one nose, take a breath, keep 10 seconds. Release slowly. Do the same thing from the second nose. Hold 10 seconds, release slowly. This is a very, now you can see. This is one important aspect in life. That breathing is a very important component. Keep your brain active. The third one, all AMR students, faculty, and all the citizens of Narsawapeta, also Andhra Pradesh, should feel proud of AMR group of institution, because today is making a remarkable challenge. Because in all over the world, out of 22 institutions, KMRT College is one of the globally recognized institutions which has won International Brain Research Organization conference speaker support. We really thank Dr. Mulita Regde and Dr. Masako for being a part of this game, because we have been selected because of their contributions and their impact in the world. Because they only recognize world leaders in meeting. And the fourth important aspect is you all should feel proud, because your institution is the first institution in the country to start international awards for the outstanding people who have contributed for well-being of the nature. That's very important. Dr. Mulita Regde and Dr. Masako have done extraordinary contribution in understanding mental health. Do anybody know that 2050, what is the biggest problem in the world? Your brain. not your heart, not your cancer. So these days is very important. These 3 days, you got a good opportunity to really understand this process. Before I say a few words, I should congratulate two women first who have really played a very significant role in getting the grant. One is Sureka and Dr. Narsa Kumari. These two people are the ones which got the grant application. And I should congratulate all the faculty of pharmacy under the leadership of Bhargava and also Shanti Madam did an excellent job for making today this function. You know, the grandness of this function is very important. And you all should feel proud because you have people coming from all over the country, not only from abroad, but also you have people from DMAS, National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience, top institution. Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, top institutions. And you have KIMS hospitals who are experienced clinicians are going to tell the problem to you all. Because every one of us, remember, every one of us in our lifetime will go through some mental stress. Maybe you call it as anxiety, maybe you call it as depression, you call it as anger, you call it something else. And some people also say, my hand is shaking, you know, because of this condition. But you have to understand, you have to learn a lot of new things about the brain. Because we know brain is 1.5 kilogram. No matter you are 80 kilogram, or 100 kilogram, or 30 kilogram. Your brain is only 1.58 kilogram and 1.5 kilogram. And all of you know that we only know 10% of the brain. 90% brain is unknown. Imagine you get into a problem of your brain, looks anxiety simple, depression simple, suicidal thought simple, and shaking the hand is simple. Correct? But correcting them is a big challenge for any neurologist. Madam Masako is going to explain. A lot of other speakers is going to add. So I want to tell all of you two things. How to keep mentally happy. Okay? You have a word already, happy. If you want to keep mentally happy, first you have to be happy. How to be happy? How I say you are happy? You smile. The day you stop smiling, you better meet a psychiatrist or a neurologist. Because of that, something wrong, you know. So you always keep smiling is the biggest, idea for keeping us mentally happy, number one. Number two, be active. Like I said, one exercise of breathing. Reason is your brain requires a lot of oxygen. Because one time you breathe, 80% of your oxygen is going to brain. Rest to 20% your body, imagine. Only 20% is your body, 80% your brain is taking. That's why tomorrow you are all working. It's called work for your brain. No matter you go do gym, all kinds of things, importantly you walk with a happiness. You walk with a pride that you are an AMR student. That makes your brain highly active. If you are giving enough oxygen to your brain, that means you are most happiest person. So you need to understand that if you keep your healthy brain, you're going to age very good and you will always look young. Even when you are 60, you look young. You can see our speakers, Masako and Dr. Muralidhar Hegde. You can't predict their age, correct? They look young because they have passion, love to do things. If you do anything with the love, you really become true because you understand you are enjoying the divinity of that work. That's very important for all of you to keep. I always tell many of the students, you all know Abdul Kalam. Everybody says Abdul Kalam has a dream. He asked us to dream. What do you mean by dream? So you can dream. I want to become something, isn't that? But how to become? You need a plan. Your plan never should give you a stress. Because many of you, when I talk to you, you and some young faculty also, They say, I am already stressed. I said, what is stress? What happens in your body? See, really stress, there's something happens in your body. Your body responds. You know that? Many of you young people, you are all less than 28 years, correct? Many of you. All of you know that. If I say many of you, you should raise your hand. Man, we are all less than 28 years, correct? Your brain start aging only after 28. You age first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, 10 years. But your brain really start aging at the age of 28. That's why when you become old, your brain is already young. You know that? See, many of us should understand that there is nothing retirement for your brain. Okay? There is no stress for your brain. Brain is doing a lot of activity for you. So you need to understand this, and the reason why we are organizing this conference, we want to inspire lot of students from pharmacy, lot of students from engineering to become our leaders of research. That's the dream we are having, that you become our researchers and you become extraordinary things you do in the world and you become a global leader. That's what we are looking for next generation of students. Because by 2050, mental health is a major problem. Imagine. And once you have that problem, lifelong you have a disease. Treatment is very difficult. That's why I suggest all the students, 3 things. Be happy all the time. Be smile all the time. Never say you are stressed in life. Keep yourself happy, healthy. Never makes you stress. Stress is only word you use because you want to escape. That is the one. And when you feel disturbed in your mind, the exercise I told you to do, 25 times you do up and down, you get a good sleep and you will be very happy. You don't need to do any more medication, nothing you do. Because that's very important as a preventive measure. So please, next 3 days, you have a clinician speaking, you have a scientist speaking, you have a lot of, you have poster sessions, you are working for your brain, so many activities. And today we have Dr. Divya Madam speaking about brain awareness, because there are so many questions you don't know. Because you have half you take, left, right side, brain you don't know. What is the impact of brain to heart you don't know. What you eat, how it is influencing your brain. That microbiome, brain is also we don't know. There are many things. Before I close, I have a biggest respect for Dr. Shanti. When I came, I think 8 months back sometime, as a person to give a closing remarks for the Big Pharma thing, I was so inspired. Maybe many of you don't know, there's only one lady who is handling a college substantially independent, the whole Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Many colleges, you take any college, is all run by men. Your A. College is the only one which is run by women. See, that's the credential I always believe, respect that women taking so much of responsibility in handling very complex problem. Running a college is not an easy joke. It's a complex problem. So that's one part I have a big respect. The second, I always have a dream that one of the A. college students should go abroad for internship. Okay? So I am going to give a special praise for that. 26 and 27, that this year half is getting over. Next year, that is full next year. If any one of you will help you, we want this energy, enthusiasm, you know that. If any one of you will go abroad, okay? From my side, I am going to give 10,000 rupees as a cash prize. Any student who goes abroad, that's very important for me, that one of you take challenge of doing. You have to take my 10,000, don't save my 10,000. Okay? That's one important. And I have also seen number of students encouraging to become part of internships over the country. All over the country we have lot of internships. And I have seen one girl, trying to push into that part from your college. See, we have a national internship program, which Pavani will explain in very short time. This girl is one among 14 girls, 14 people got selected from Andhra Pradesh. So out of 14 ability is college one. Imagine. Out of 22 globally, you are already one. Out of 14 students you have, one girl is from pharmacy went through. And I would like to give a small appreciation for this girl and a small gift, and I request Pavani to explain. And before that, I would like to say a few words. I congratulate all the department, faculty, students of pharmacy for excellent work. Today, this is your success. Second, you have Dr. Buddy Harakande, Dr. Masako, all the way traveling from Japan, USA to AMD College is your attraction. That's where you worked hard. You have people coming from NIMHANS, who are coming from different Institute of Science, one of the top institutions. I request all the student faculty, please interact with them. And then get the internships. A lot of internships in the country we have. Some are paid, some we don't pay. So depending on the way you do it, you get the money. Okay? I want all of you to do that. Make the hard work, efforts, dedication, sincerity of Dr. Santi Reddy a true reality. Thank you very much. Pavani, please.
Dear students, as as said, thank you very much sir for inspiring. And to speak about the internship grabbed by Gayatri Velaga. Yes, Gayatri Velaga is one of the girls who selected out of Andhra Pradesh, all the 14 students who got selected for Vikasit Vibrant Bharat for the year 2026. She is the girl from Palladu district and out of Andhra Pradesh, all the 14 won above, and she is none other than our Hema product. So now I call upon Gayatri Velaga onto the dais to receive the grand prize from the hands of our honorable advisor of Hema Group of Education Institutions and Secretary Ma'am. And dear students, this is a program where it runs for 8 days, and all together the first batch ran by the government. The government of India sponsored around 40,000 rupees kit to the students who participated in that. They participated in culturals, they participated in adventure programs, they participated in cultural exchange, as well as they participated in knowing the rural background of the Dehradun, that is by Uttarakhand state government. So she is the girl who got selected by undergoing of 3. The first one is quiz, the second one is essay writing, and the third one is interview. All the 3 she could achieve and participate and achieve, and made the Vikasit Vibrant program, and she made our flag of MVT in Dehradun. Let us give a big round of applause. Congratulations, Gayatri. And of course, the behind the scenes, none other than the lady, and as was said, really we are respecting the efforts and her efforts, which are really motivating, inspiring to all of us, ma'am. Santi ma'am, thank you very much. Signing off, moving to Ajay sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Surya Gayatri. It's a wonderful, energetic and splendid performance. Please encourage her with your big round of applause. Now we came to the important segment of Day 1 of 3-day International Symposium on New Discoveries in Brain and Disorders. We shall now begin the plenary session by introducing the chairperson, Dr. Tejamurthy Garu, Principal, University College of Pharmacy, Acharya Nagarjuna University. Sir is a distinguished academician, researcher and administrator with nearly 25 years of professional experience in pharmaceutical education, research and academic administration and institutional leadership. He holds a PhD in pharmaceutical analysis and an M.Pharm in pharmaceutical analysis with first class in distinction.
I also introduce Dr. Ravishankar Sir, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Analysis, Vignan College, Vadlamudi, who has contributed his services in the field of pharmaceutical analysis from past 32 years.
Sir, please grace the chair beside Tejamurthy sir, Ravishankar sir. I request Dr. Tejamurthy Garu to moderate Dr. Muralidhar Hegde Garu with fleeting insights of his career profile.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this international symposium on brain disorders. First of all, I would like to congratulate Team A. Reddy for organizing this wonderful symposium. It's my privilege to introduce an esteemed speaker from USA, Professor Muralidhar Hegde. Dr. Hegde earned his PhD in biochemistry and neurosciences from the University of Mysore, India in 2006. He performed his graduate research at the Max Planck Institute of Biophysical Chemistry, Göttingen, Germany as a DST DAB visiting fellow, and at the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, India. He worked as an assistant professor at the University of Texas, Medical Branch at Galveston, Texas, USA, before becoming a member of the Houston Methodist Research Institute in 2013. Dr. Hegde as a member of the Research Institute Cancer and Neuroscience Research Programs. He directs a research program focusing on understanding the role of genome damage, repair in cell death and cell proliferation. Dr. Hegde has also been a member of grant review boards for the Alzheimer's Association, USA, Netherlands, Organization for Scientific Research, French Scientific Grants, and the Motor Neuron Disease Association, UK. He is a deputy chief editor for the Springer Journal Metabolic Brain Disease and associate editor for the Journal of Alzheimer's Disease and serves on the editorial boards of the American Journal of Neurodegenerative Diseases, Jacobs Journal of Radiation, Oncology and Research, Journal Neuroscience Research and Therapeutics, the Chinese Journal of the Biology, and a peer reviewer, and lot more. Sir has HI index of 38, citations of 4,246. His laboratory is interested in amyotrophic natural sclerosis, Parkinson's disease and stroke. These studies were conducted by American Parkinson's Disease Association. His current studies focus on characterizing the role of ALS-linked RNA binding protein TDP-43 in DNA, double-strand break repair, and testing the hypothesis that TDP-43's nuclear clearance and aggregation in ALS cause deficient DNA double-strand repair and contributes significantly to cell death. In collaboration with Dr. Shankar Mitra, is also exploring the potential of genome repair inhibitions in cancer therapeutics. Dr. Hegde research program is supported by NIH, NINDS, RO1, Muscular Dystrophy Association, ALS Association, Alzheimer's Association, and Melanoma Foundation. It is a great privilege to have you here, sir, on this conference. Let us welcome our esteemed speaker, Muralidhar Hegde. Please come, welcome him.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me right? Okay? Voice is okay, right? Yeah. It's my honor to be part of this wonderful occasion, and I want to thank the leadership as well as the organizers of the conference for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to present our research and also the Alzheimer's Award. And thank you so much for the wonderful hospitality ever since we landed yesterday in the airport. So, today I am going to present on forging new frontiers in brain health and disease, primarily focused on DNA repair. As a therapeutic target for stroke and neurodegenerative diseases. So, the brief outline of my talk is, in the first half I am going to talk about some fundamental mechanistic discoveries in ALS and Parkinson's disease, and therapeutic aspects guided by these mechanisms in the second half of the talk, evolving strategies for DNA repair targeted therapy. And in the last part I am going to present some exciting new research on DNA damage response and its role in transient senescence, which is a new aspect of cellular dysfunction in brain hemorrhage or stroke, as well as stroke associated neurodegenerative diseases. So, a kind of brief background about my academic journey. So this is a special occasion for me because I am going to present in front of my first mentor, Dr. Jagannath Rao. So I started my research with Dr. Jagannath Rao in CFTRI Mysore in the year 2000, on the field of Parkinson's disease. And my first mentor is a lifetime mentor. So Dr. Jagannath Rao has been my guide and mentor throughout. And during the PhD, I got an opportunity to visit Germany to complete part of my PhD in Max Planck Institute with Thomas Jovin. And my PhD work was on kind of looking into the pathological aspects in Parkinson's disease, like about genome instability and what happens and so on. And once I completed my PhD, I got an opportunity to work with Professor Shankar Mitra, who is one of the authorities in DNA repair. So during my PhD, we looked into how DNA is affected, how DNA is damaged, what are the types of genome instability in these diseases. And then I got an opportunity to look into how DNA is repaired in a fundamental, basic way, not related to any disease. And Dr. Mitra is actually regarded as one of 4 or 5 scientists who took the DNA repair field forward after Watson and Crick discovered DNA structure. One of the leading scientists. In fact, in his laboratory, about 20 new DNA repair proteins have been discovered and characterized. And once I joined this lab, I got an opportunity to look into a couple of newly discovered DNA repair proteins and their mechanisms and so on. And after my initial postdoc for 5 years, I became a faculty in UTMB, this was in Galveston. And then I moved to an hour distance from Galveston, which is called Houston, Texas Medical Center. I became an assistant professor there in 2013, and ever since I've been staying there. So this is our institute, a brief information detail about the Houston Methodist Research Institute. This is one of the largest medical institute or hospital in Texas. And this is kind of culturally all the Texans like this institute. I think this is ranked number 9 in the whole United States in many specialties. And in Houston itself, they have centers across the region, but our medical center has 9 huge towers which are all linked in the second floor, so they are all connected. And Research Institute is kind of a new endeavor from the hospital started about 10 to 15 years back. It was part of Baylor College of Medicine, you must have heard of it, one of the famous medical colleges around. And then, Methodist became affiliated to Cornell University just before I joined around 2010. So we have a PhD program, as I mentioned, we are affiliated to Cornell University or Wales Cornell Medical College in New York. And Cornell has started a PhD program located in Methodist about 5 years back. We have two specialties. And one unique aspect of this program is it allows international students. So in the first 2 batches, at least 75% of the students are international students. And this year we have a student from IIT Bombay joining us. And we also have a American government funded T32 postdoctoral training program. This is for after PhD research, and there are limited number, 4 to 5 students, but this also allows about 25 to 50% of the international postdoctoral fellows. So I'll be able to provide more information later on if anyone is interested. And this is our laboratory currently. The new members are not added. So I have to, the research I am going to present is mostly done by the people in the lab. And you can see my wife Pavana, who is also serving as a lab manager and research associate in our lab. So one of the philosophies of our research is balancing protective versus pathological neuronal cell responses. And this is extremely important. And as I speak, as I show my data, I am going to come back and emphasize on this. So because whenever there is a pathology, as you know, as Dr. Rao mentioned, we know about 10 to 20% of the brain. Even what we know has not translated into therapies. We still do not have effective therapies for most of these neurodegenerative diseases, and there is a reason for that. So one of the reasons why I want to highlight is that whenever there is a pathology or pathology appearing phenomenon, people have jumped into targeting that or preventing that. But as in the last few years, as we recognize and many other labs recognize as well, is for every pathological response, our body tries to repair itself. There is a continuous effort from our cells and our body to repair them. And many times, because these are higher organisms with a broad range of plasticity, so they even use pathology-looking pathways to repair itself. So it's important to understand what is our body or what is our cell, particularly affected cell, is trying to do to repair itself and facilitate that, rather than preventing everything we observe. And that comes from mechanistic and in-depth molecular investigation. So I'm trying to underscore why doing more in-depth research before jumping into therapy is extremely important. Why fundamental research is extremely important. And that's the reason our laboratory has been focused on prioritizing mechanism-guided approaches rather than symptomatic approaches. You observe some phenomenon and try to prevent that. We try to understand what is going on in multiple levels. And I'm going to highlight a couple of quotes here. So as you know, genome damage is one of the kind of consistent aspects of brain diseases, and for that matter for many diseases. But for several years, maybe before the turn of the century, people knew that there is DNA damage everywhere. You take postmortem tissues from patients who die of these diseases, DNA is broken, it is into pieces. If you run in a gel, you see like fragments of DNA. But most of the researchers or people thought this is like a secondary phenomenon. There are other aspects going on, and then finally cells die during the cell death, DNA is fragmented. But Dr. Jagannath Rao, when I was working in his lab, this is the philosophy he introduced, that genome instability is a key driver of aging. It's not just a secondary phenomenon. It actually drives the genome aging as well as neurodegenerative phenomenon, because the amount of, especially Dr. Rao and one of his collaborators, Dr. Kalluri Subbarao, who was working in the Central University, Hyderabad, they proposed that the level of the level of neurodegeneration or level of cell death is kind of directly proportional to the level of genome damage you have in those cells. So that suggests that genome damage is a key driver of the cell death. It may not be a driver of the symptoms in neurodegeneration, but because many times, depending on the lifestyle and other aspects, so you may have like 50% cells are dying, but the patient may not show symptoms. But sometimes you have small fraction of cells dying, affected, but you still have the symptoms. So, but the cell death or dysfunction is kind of correlated to genome damage. And William Bohr, another key scientist in NIH, he proposed that we have a critical opportunity to intervene or delay age-related diseases by enhancing DNA repair. So if you boost DNA repair and maintain the DNA integrity and stability for as long as possible, so you can delay age-associated diseases. And these are critical fundamental aspects of rational premise which kind of warrants studying DNA damage and repair in these diseases. So, kind of in line with that, I want to make highlight couple of statements here. Like understanding brain health and disease requires collaboration, mechanistic insight, and kind of relevant models. I think Dr. Rao alluded to in his brief remark. So brain is an organ where we have not understood even 10 to 20% of this, and there is a reason for that. Because you don't know what is going on in the brain unless, unlike other organs of the body, you only see what is the pathology once the patient dies. Because we have limited, detection tools, we have limited, imaging techniques. So we can see during, with imaging, functional MRIs and so on, how many cells are affected and what, whether cells are dying. But we don't know which protein is affected. We have some like amyloid beta and tau. Some of them we can detect using tracers with the MRI and so on to some extent. But there are several other proteins like TDP43, alpha synuclein. We still do not have a tracer. So when patients come with symptoms, we don't know whether he has a synuclein pathology. So unless they have a strong Levy body deposition which comes in a really late stage of the life, we don't know which pathology the patient has, except there are symptoms. So unless we can detect what is going on in the cell, so you cannot treat the cell death itself, so you can only treat the symptoms. So for this reason, it's important for all of us to recognize that new brain research cannot be done by one group of people. The basic researchers alone, we cannot do it. So I think Jagannath Rao has inculcated in us, even like 20 years back, that brain research requires a integrated collaboration between basic researchers, clinicians, because you want to make sure what you observe is relevant to the patient conditions or how they treat the patients. And you need to have appropriate mouse models, appropriate animal models, or appropriate cell line models that closely mimic the human condition, not the aggressive ones. Like there are several models where if amyloid beta is affected, people express amyloid beta in a mice model because you want to replicate that in a very short period of time. But most of these diseases occur like in 20 to 30 years. These are chronic diseases. I can give you an example of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which is observed in Guam Islands, a sporadic disease. So this comes from their diet. In Guam Islands they eat a cycard root, and that fixes an unnatural amino acid. But those people who moved from Guam to mainland United States about 30 years back, they still have higher incidence of the disease. So that suggests that even this dietary contribution lasts the effect lasts like 20 to 30 years before the patient shows symptoms. So when the patient shows symptoms, probably he has the disease for 20 to 30 years. So for this reason, those chronic models are required. You have to mimic those age-associated disease phenomena and the inducible models because it does not occur in other parts of the body. So when you have a model, it has to be induced in the brain in an age-related fashion. And the third aspect is, because it's you have pharmacy and engineering students here, it's extremely important that all levels we can contribute for brain health and disease. Because, for example, later on I will present some of our nanotechnology research and so on. So as researchers, and as nanotechnology, so we can develop the material, we can test them in models that it works. But to translate it into patients, you need to ensure that there is no, what is the toxicity, what is the pharmacokinetics, what is the pharmacodynamics, what is the dosage which is least toxic, and that's how pharmacists can bridge the gap between basic researchers and taking it to the clinics. So your role becomes crucial to quickly translate it into the patients. And as far as engineers are concerned, this has become in the last 5 to 10 years. So the role of engineers in medicine and research has immensely increased. So we have a new program, medical program called engineering medicine, because there's a lot of robotics, AI introduced to medicine, which traditional clinicians do not know how they operate. Never works. They work in acute mouse models or animal models which are based on that particular pathology. But when it comes to human, this is the reason many of the therapeutic discoveries which worked in animal models and in the laboratory have not been translated effectively to humans in brain diseases. So it's important to understand that addressing these diseases for a long period of time probably requires that a multi-hit hypothesis, multi-hit target, and that's what we are trying to do. And as Dr. Rao mentioned, seeing brain diseases, studying brain health and disease is a challenge. So it consumes most of the oxygen which we breathe every day, and more importantly, so most of the neurons we have, so we have them at the age of 3 years. So neurons never replicate, a very small fraction, maybe 1 to 2% replicate. So we have most of our brain neurons, they are there when we are 3 years of age, and they keep learning, they accumulate all the knowledge till we are 20 to 30, and then they start aging. So it's important to keep them healthy as long as possible. And for this reason, they also live as long as we live. So any stress or any environmental aspects we accumulate, they all accumulate in those neurons, and that's how they kind of appear later in the life. So the very fact that they consume most of the oxygen, which also leads to reactive oxygen species, right? More oxygen leads to more oxidative byproducts and so on. This is the reason brain cells are always exposed to oxidative stress and other endogenous as well as exogenous toxicants, and they damage the brain cells continuously. So as per an estimate, actually 10 to the power of 8 such damages occur in a cell every day. That suggests that these damages have to be continuously repaired. And coming back to brain diseases, as I mentioned, these are multifactorial diseases. There are about 200 different types of neurodegenerative diseases. They are known in humans, and most of them involve progressive degeneration of neurons, and most of them are sporadic, which we do not know a single cause. We cannot pinpoint a single cause. About 5 to 10% could be genetic, where you have a known gene which is affected. And coming to the etiological factors, and they have common etiologies. If you look at all these diseases, they have metal toxicity and oxidative stress, and protein misfolding and aggregation. Protein affected could be distinct, like amyloid beta, tau in Alzheimer's, alpha-synuclein in Parkinson's, TDP43 and other RNA binding proteins in amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. But one common aspect among all of them is accumulation of DNA damage. And what we don't know, although these pathologies are there in all the diseases, what we don't know is crosstalk among these etiological factors, like which comes first and which comes later, or whether they interact, and whether these pathologies can be comorbid in promoting this idea. And also relative contribution of these factors to this idea. And the mentioned diseases are some of the ones which we are studying in our lab. So, as I mentioned, lack of understanding of specific DNA repair units in these diseases, basically a mechanistic understanding of what is going on, is a roadblock for exploring DNA repair diabetic therapies, and how and why a particular group of neurons are vulnerable in these diseases. For example, like memory responsible neurons in Alzheimer's, movement responsible neurons in Parkinson's, or spinal cord neurons in ALS. These are not completely understood. And during my talk, I will try to answer some of these questions at least partially. So I just mentioned about genome damage and repair. because we consume most of the oxygen, DNA is continuously exposed to oxidative byproducts. And we continuously observe multiple types of DNA damage. They could be like single strand breaks or double strand breaks when both strands are damaged, or they could be just the base is oxidized, sugar can be oxidized, there could be DNA cross-links and so on. And these occur continuously in a large level. And as per an estimate for Thomas Lindahl, who got a Nobel Prize for this, so there could be like 10,000 DNA breaks occurring in a single cell every day, and they are repaired. And this could still be an underestimate, although this number looks large, it could be an underestimate because these damages are being continuously repaired. You cannot measure the exact damage. So what I want to emphasize here is that in spite of that level of DNA damage, our neurons remain healthy for 70 to 80 years. That suggests that we have an effective way to repair them. In fact, we have developed like multiple repair pathways for every single damage, not just one pathway. We have a predominant pathway and we have multiple backup pathways. That's how neuronal genome is integrity is maintained. So when I started my postdoctoral career in the United States, I got an opportunity to work in Mitra Lab to understand basic aspects of DNA repair. So, for example, I will give an example of an oxidizer base, just a DNA base which is oxidized, which can be repaired by a simple pathway, like base is removed and a new ends are cleaned and a new base is added by a polymerase and it can be repaired. If it's a single base, maybe single base is repaired, and sometimes it can be a stretch of DNA synthesized and repaired. So this looks simple, and in a test tube, if you want to replicate this, you need just 4 or 5 proteins and it's like 2 to 3 minutes process. It's very simple. But when we look at the DNA repair in human cells, in higher organisms, and this exact process happens in the lower organisms like bacteria. You need like 4 or 5 proteins to repair them. But when it comes to human or mammalian cells, so if you do a live cell imaging at the DNA site, it is a growing list, but we know about 30 to 40 different proteins go there. And these are all non-canonical proteins. They are not required to classical DNA repair in vitro. So, and functions of those proteins was not known. So one of my early efforts was to understand the complexity of higher order DNA repair. Why you have so many proteins going there at the site of DNA damage? And one group of scientists published a bunch of papers, 20 to 30 papers on understanding, why multiple proteins are required. And one group of proteins we identified was like HNRNQ, which is an RNA binding protein. And what happens is, these additional proteins have unique functions. Like instead of a simple damage, think that DNA is damaged at the site with multiple damages. For example, like if you have a radiation or radiomimetic drug, it can hit a DNA with a break, and it can also, because of local oxidation, can create some other breaks or other oxidative bases in close proximity. So now you have 3 or 4 damages in a short span of DNA. So what happens is, if you start all the DNA repair at the same time, an oxidative base keeps the DNA intact, right? The base is oxidized, but DNA strand is intact. And now you have a DNA break and an oxidative base. So, but oxidative base repair requires removing the base and cleaving the DNA. So, rather than the damage, the repair introduces a highly lethal intermediate. And that's the reason once you initiate that repair, it has to be completed in a protected fashion. So for that reason, our cells have evolved a pathway where most lethal form of strand breaks are repaired first, and then the other damages occur, other damage repair initiation occurs. So there is a hierarchical way which repairs it. And HNRNQ plays a role like a molecular switch between this preferred DNA repair versus other DNA repair. So I'm just mentioning about some of the role of the proteins which are so sophisticated way developed in human cells. And around this time, and I also want to mention one of the papers of Pavana who is here, so which suggested that these multiple proteins go there because of the interactions, and because early proteins have to interact with all the proteins. And one of the early proteins, NEAL1, has a disordered C-terminal domain, like a flexible tail, and it can interact with multiple partners as well as DNA. And this interaction is extremely critical. In vitro, you can remove this tail and the repair still occurs. But in human cells, if you remove the tail, the whole repair is disrupted. And this is one of the ways you can target the repair in cancer cells and so on if you want to block the DNA repair. So this was one of the early work which suggested that DNA repair can be modified or can be targeted in a subtle way for therapy in boosting DNA repair as well as inhibiting DNA repair. And double-strand breaks are the most lethal form of damage, and I mentioned that some of them are preferred pathway and then backup pathways. NHG is a preferred pathway because it requires very less energy. If there is a double-strand break, it's cleaned up and ligated. If this cannot be done in a dividing cell, it can go to homologous recombination where DNA is duplicated and it can use the duplicated DNA as a template to repair the other DNA. Because DNA repair is always templated, right? If you remove one strand, if there is no other strand, you don't know which base to put. So it requires a template for faithful repair. If you don't have a template, it can introduce error. And if both of them do not occur, then cell finally goes to this error-prone repair. So it still wants to integrate DNA with error. So and that is this pathway. And in neurons, especially when there are chronic oxidative stress, sometimes these damages, this repair is involved. And although people believe that this introduces error and mutations, I believe that the cells have evolved this for a reason. Maybe this introduces that variation and plasticity in the brain, so that brain cells can evolve into new techniques and they can learn some new insights with the new gene modifications. So quickly going back to neurodegenerative diseases. So our main bread and butter research in the lab for the last 10 years is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. This is a spinal cord disease, and although this is not as common as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, this is a very severe form of the disease. What happens is when the spinal motor neurons are affected, so patients cannot breathe, right? The muscle controlling the lungs cannot function. So most of the time patients are put on ventilator and they die because of breathing defects and so on. So the patients die within 2 to 3 years of diagnosis. It's a very severe form of disease and they lose speech and so on. So there are very rare cases like Stephen Hawking, as you know, he lived with ALS for several years. In his case, only lower spinal cord were affected. Upper spinal motor neurons which control the lungs were not affected. Very rare form of disease. Otherwise, most of the ALS is like whole spinal cord is affected. And when we started working on this disease, so this was around 2010. And the reason I looked at this disease, I will come back to it later because I was working on that HNRNQ protein which is involved in DNA repair, and that was the time a protein called TDP43 was shown to be the major culprit in this disease. And TDP43 and HNRNQ I was studying are same family proteins like RNA binding protein. And there was one group which showed that TDP43 also binds to DNA repair proteins. And that's how I was wondering whether these proteins also have a DNA repair role and DNA damage could be a major contributor to this, and I got into this field. So, but when I started this work, because I worked on Parkinson's and Alzheimer's before, they were complex but nothing compared to ALS. So you can see here, this is a smaller list of proteins, about 10 to 15 genes are affected, and some of them, and these lines show, some of them can overlap. First ALS can also have ubiquitin LN2, but first ALS will not have VCP. So this suggests that some patients will have one or two pathologies, other patients with ALS may have completely different pathologies. So all the symptoms are same, and we cannot detect any one of them till you have the post-mortem tissue or post-mortem brain. We don't have tracers, we don't have imaging technique to detect which pathology is occurring. And there is a huge research investment going on in Europe and US for developing detection techniques for these proteins. And when we started this research, as you know, this is also a collaborative work with Dr. Rao, which we did about 5 to 10 years back. We thought if it's such a complex disease, it's important to kind of decimate this research, decimate the knowledge to other people. So we initially wrote a review on all these aspects, like which are the pathologies, what are the functions, when there is overlap and so on. And I also edited a book on amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which has several chapters on complexity of these diseases. So as I mentioned, around 2006, TDP43 was first implicated in ALS by the group of Virginia Lee in the University of Pennsylvania. And TDP43 as an RNA binding protein primarily binds to RNA, but we and others show that it also binds to DNA. In fact, there are about 30 members of RNA binding proteins, mostly studied for gene expression, microRNA processing, and so on. So if you downregulate that protein, about 10,000 genes are affected. They kind of, these proteins change the nature of the cell itself. These are kind of fundamental proteins. If you have this protein or don't have the protein, whole cell status changes. A small group of those proteins also bind to DNA, and we call them RNA-DNA binding protein. And TDP43 IP, which was done by Paul Taylor from St. Jude's, he showed that we did a protein study and it contained a DNA repair protein too, and that kind of prompted me to look into these diseases. But ever since this was implicated in ALS, about 40 to 50% of all neurodegenerative diseases were found to have TDP43 pathology. This is kind of a hot protein in brain health and disease for the last 5 years. So even in Alzheimer's disease, now about 50% of postmortem Alzheimer's brain has TDP43 pathology, and recent studies have found that people who have those TDP43 pathology have a more aggressive form of Alzheimer's disease. So we don't know whether it causes or initiates Alzheimer's, but once you have this pathology, it really contributes to how the disease occurs and how the treatment is received. And that's what I mentioned here. So we published, ever since we started looking into that, we did a real in-depth study on TDP43, and we published a paper in PNAS which showed that TDP43 actually plays a role in DNA double-strand break repair. And this was and ever since we published this, there are several other groups which replicated this. We also showed that some of the familial mutations contribute to DNA repair defects. And I just mentioned here, so we just looked into TDP43's interaction with several DNA double-strand break repair proteins, and you can see here, this is for proximity ligation assay. These spots shows interaction, and when you introduce DNA repair, these spots increase. DNA damage, these spots increases. So TDP43 interacts with all the DNA repair proteins in double-strand break repair in a damage-dependent manner. And this is called proximity ligation assay, where if your two proteins are in close proximity, we use two antibodies which bind to these proteins in the proximity, and these antibodies have two short oligos, DNA oligos with complementary sequences. If proteins of interest are in close proximity, then oligos are close enough to bind and anneal. And if they anneal, now you can amplify with a polymerase by rolling circle mechanism, and you can detect it with a fluorophore, red fluorescence or green fluorescence, with a again an oligo tagged to it, so it can bind to the repeat polymerase sequence and you can detect it. So if proteins are not in the close proximity, then this binding does not occur. So this is a very specific compared to traditional immunofluorescence, very specific technique. We use it extensively, and these spots are like these fluorophores detecting those interactions. And then we introduced using a laser, we introduced DNA damage in neuronal cells, and we have TDP43 as a tagged protein, that fluorescent tagged protein, red or green fluorescence. And you can see here, so when you hit with the laser, TDP43 immediately goes on the DNA track. This laser cuts the DNA. These are like double-strand breaks based on the laser intensity. And within like 1 to 5 seconds, TDP43 lines up on the damaged DNA. And its association is as fast as classical DNA double-strand break repair protein 2, and its dissociation also follows similar magnetics. So this was the first evidence to show that TDP43 in fact goes to the site of DNA damage as soon as you hit the DNA with the damage. And then to look into what it does in the DNA damage site, of course, find that it goes to the DNA damage site immediately, and as the DNA is repaired, it comes out of it. So what is its role? So to find that out, we downregulated TDP43 or knocked down TDP43. So when we knocked down TDP43, cells started dying. So within 2 to 3 days, cells die. This is an essential protein. So to overcome that, we used you must have heard of CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing technique developed about 5 to 6 years back. So we used it this is like complete knockout and cells started dying. So to overcome that, we did a conditional knockdown, like conditional CRISPR expression, where you can gradually down-regulate TDP-43. You can see here 2, 4, 6 days, there's a gradual reduction in TDP-43. And this reduction leads to accumulation of DNA damage markers in a proportional way. Like cleaved part 1, let's say cell death at 6 days, but before that, you have significant accumulation of DNA damage. And this is comet assay, where you run the damaged cells through electrophoresis electricity, and you damage the DNA because it's broken, it runs faster. And you can see the damage here in alkaline comet assay, which select single-strand breaks, and neutral comet assay, which select double-strand breaks. In a single-strand breaks, because alkaline condition suppress the DNA and single-strand breaks runs through it. So, in this assay, both the assays showing similar level of damage suggest that these are double-strand breaks. So, loss of TDP-43 creates complete break in the DNA. And then we looked at, okay, so the DNA damage which accumulates in TDP-43, is it because of loss of TDP-43 or because the repair does not occur? Damage occurs for some reason and repair does not occur because of TDP-43. So we did a double-strand break repair annealing assay using a reporter plasmid. So in this case, we use a restriction site to cleave GFP, green fluorescence protein in the middle. And if it is repaired, then the protein becomes intact and it expresses. So you can see here, if you don't have TDP-43, and this is in the control cells, this is the green fluorescence expression. If you don't have TDP-43, it kind of completely suppresses. So that suggests that TDP-43 is actually required for repairing the DNA. And then we have multiple assays to complementary techniques to prove this. So these are the human brain tissue affected with ALS. You can see ALS patients have significant level of TDP-43 pathology. You can see the TDP-43 monomer is reducing and oligomers are increasing, or fragmented proteins are increasing. And there's a significant increase in DNA damage and cell death markers compared to control. And then looking into the mechanism in more in-depth way, we found that TDP-43 is crucially required for ligating the DNA. So what happens is if you have a DNA break, it is like completely broken, right? It keeps moving, right? It's vibrating. So DNA ligases seal the DNA, but this vibration creates a bottleneck to seal the DNA. So TDP-43 and several RNAs kind of acts as a glue, wraps around the break to stabilize this broken DNA, and then so that's the reason they facilitate repair of the DNA breaks. And that's how TDP-43 is actually required for DNA ligation activity or break sealing activity. And this was critical because this ligase can be a target for therapy, for TDP-43 pathologies. And we also found that mutations in TDP-43 in a small fraction of patients actually traps the ligase in the cytosol and it's not available in the nucleus. So there's a loss of DNA repair in the nucleus or loss of DNA sealing enzyme in the nucleus. And this is ligase 4 required for this pathway. So human cells have 3 ligases, ligase 4, ligase 3 and ligase 1. So ligase 4 actually seals double-strand breaks. Ligase 3 is mostly single-strand breaks and oxidase base repair and so on. Ligase 1 only expresses in dividing cells. It is in a cycling cell protein. That does not express in the neurons. So we thought of because that gene is there, we thought of invoking the expression of that ligase 1 to see what happens, and then I'll show the data later. So just shifting gear. So I mentioned that our data shows that loss of TDP-43 leads to DNA repair defects and that leads to accumulation of DNA. To kind of comprehensively prove that, because TDP-43 has a nuclear clearance, it also accumulates in the cytosol. There's a loss of protein in the nucleus, protein aggregates in the cytosol. Just to ensure that this loss of protein is responsible for DNA damage, what we did was we engineered mutations where TDP-43 can be expressed only outside the nucleus or only inside the nucleus with NLS, nuclear localization sequence and nuclear export sequence mutation. You can see here, loss of TDP-43 specifically in the nucleus leads to DNA damage, not its cytosol specific depletion. This suggests that nuclear TDP-43 is required for DNA repair. And this was important for one reason, to develop our models and so on. So as I mentioned, one of the challenges in brain diseases, this is all fine. We understand the mechanisms, we understand what is going on, what is the function of TDP-43. We don't have to be that tight with our models, right? You can knock down TDP-43 50%. That may not happen in human diseases, but we want to know what happens when there is loss of TDP-43. But you may not have that 50% loss of TDP-43 in human patients. Or you may not have these mutants expressing 10-folds in human patients. So the problem comes, or the challenge comes, when you want to target the therapy, you want to mimic human conditions as far as possible. Because if you completely knock down TDP-43 and show this enzyme works as a therapy, it may not work in humans. So to overcome that, we developed our own mouse models. Because there are several animal models available which are all like aggressive models. You express a protein, and I somehow feel that it's the spinal cord neurons or brain neurons. Whatever you express, it will affect the cells. So that may not be the disease model. So we developed a model where we introduced a mutant TDP-43 in the gene, in the intron region, and we used a combination of restriction sites. So what happens is when you cross the mice with a restriction enzyme expressing mice, so the wild type nuclear localization sequence is deleted and the mutant comes in the right orientation. So this is completely inducible model. The mice does not show any phenotype till you add a drug to delete that normal TDP-43 fragment and replace it with a mutant fragment. So, and this recombination is also not 100% efficient. So depending on level of drug and timing you use, it can be like 30%, 40% recombination. So that's exactly how it occurs in human patients, right? So they have a partial loss of those neurons. So when you introduce this, you can see that exactly as we see in patients, TDP-43 starts coming out of the nucleus in many cells. So I think, I believe that this is one of the best models available, and we replicate everything what we observed in vitro cell system in this mice model. And in fact, we published this recently and also make it available to the, other research community, to Jackson Lab and so on. And it replicates most of the ALS phenotype with this conditional mouse model. The big advantage of this mouse model is this is an inducible system, so we can specifically delete TDP-43 in the neurons or glial cells, astrocytes, or just in a particular region with the restriction enzyme expressing in mice. Like if the restriction enzyme is tagged to GFFD, it's only deleted in the nucleus and so on. It's a very versatile model to study these diseases. So in summary, for this research, TDP-43 is required for optimal double-strand break repair, and its loss leads to double-strand break repair defect, and this can be targeted for therapy. So one of the aspects for therapies are that when we dig further deeper, so as I mentioned, for double-strand break repair, there's a predominant pathway and there are some backup pathways. So in case of TDP-43, the backup pathways are not affected. We look at the expression of those backup pathways, you still have those machinery, but the repair is not occurring. And we actually compare TDP-43 knockout versus a classical double-strand break repair, NHEA knockout. And NHEA knockout cells have a slower repair, but ultimately DNA is repaired. In case of TDP-43, the DNA is never repaired. So what happens is, when for this backup pathways to be employed, so there is a molecular switch. The preferred pathway has a protein which goes there, ensures that this pathway occurs. So if that pathway does not occur, that protein has to come out and the backup pathway has to be employed. So this switching factor is regulated at the RNA level by TDP-43. So if you don't have TDP-43, this pathway switch factor is completely disrupted. That's called BRCA1. So what I mentioned here is that this is the NHEA pathway. So TDP-43 and 53DP1 is a key factor which drives this to this NHEA pathway. If this does not occur, like it happens in TDP-43 pathology, now this 53DP1 has to be kicked out, like it has to be kicked out like with BRCA1, which comes here and employs the backup pathway. So but BRCA1 is affected during TDP-43 pathology, so the switch does not occur. So to overcome this, actually what we did was, now we have to kick out 53DP1. So we identified a small peptide which kind of dominantly negatively affects 53DP1's binding to DNA. So we identified 53DP1's binding region and introduced a small 53 amino acid peptide. And this is the 53 amino acid peptide. effect, and its expression actually restores DNA repair. So you can see here, and we have, this is an ongoing study. So when you introduce the I53, DNA integrity significantly improves and DNA damage markers are reduced. So this can be, used for invoking DNA, boosting DNA repair. So now we are trying this in animal models and with the AAV9 virus mediated or RNA mediated delivery to see whether it is an effective therapy. And very briefly, in a couple of slides, I want to mention some of the new discoveries in Parkinson's disease. So we have several years of research on Parkinson's disease, as you know, my PhD was on Parkinson's. And one of the challenges was available cell line models, because you take patient cells, iPSC cells, and then you differentiate into neurons. So synuclein is actually required for differentiation. Even the patient cells are not ideal models for Parkinson's, because if you have the existing mutant, you cannot differentiate them properly. So for that reason, we developed some cell line models which can be induced, mutation can be induced after differentiation. And this cell line became very popular, we got at least some 2,000 requests from all over the world. We made it available to Sigma and so on, on non-profit basis. So this became an attractive model. And more recently, it can be really tricky. So we now introduced a nanoparticle in collaboration with Rice University. This is a carbon nanoparticle developed from coconut charcoal, and this has an antioxidant system as well as an iron chelator was tagged to this. And when we added this, so it not only inhibits synuclein aggregation, it prevents its mitochondrial localization as well as boosts DNA repair. So we recently got a really good score for this grant to take it further into animal models and clinical trials. So how many more minutes do I have? So very briefly, I will not go into the data that much in the next slides, but you can ask me questions later. Conceptually, so there is another subset of ALS which is responsible for causing the same disease but through a different gene called first ALS. And we published back-to-back Nature Communication papers on this. This in fact plays a role in DNA single-strand break repair, unlike TDP43. And this was important because two subsets of ALS, same symptoms, but the proteins are different, DNA repair target is different. And Manohar Koda, to show his picture, he is from Rajahmundry area. So he has been working in our lab for the last 7-8 years. And recently he got a 3% grant score with me to study this aspect of the disease. He has been doing really well in our lab. So he has a really good future in becoming faculty and so on. So, and he recently showed that first actually plays a critical role in mitochondrial repair, because the ligase it affects is the only ligase in mitochondria. And that's the reason he looked into mitochondrial DNA repair, and that's the primary cause of this particular subset of ALS. And you can see here, so this protein actually, so we used some protein in patient cells where you have first mutations, and that is a DNA ligation defect. You can see here, first mutation, DNA does not ligate. This is the damaged DNA, and this is the, in the control it is ligated this much, and in the patient cells it is significantly reduced. To ensure that this defect comes from that mutation, so we corrected the mutation by CRISPR-Cas9 in these cells. So we reversed the mutation, and once you reverse the mutation, which we call isogenic control, the ligation defect is gone, so it's repaired. So this suggests that this particular defect comes from this mutation. And this is the grant we got the good score now. So we introduced that we can express a ligase 1 which does not normally express in neuronal cells, and actually repair the mitochondrial DNA using this ligase. And we have very promising data on increasing mitochondrial integrity, mitochondrial function, as well as nuclear DNA repair with this ligase. And we have this proposed theme where we want to introduce in the first mouse model using a AAV9 vector and so on. aggregation is reversed and so on. So in summary, TDP43 and FUS are two RNA binding proteins which play an important role in DNA repair, and both of them function in specific ligase functions, and targeting them through DNA ligase can restore genome stability and contribute to neuroregeneration or repair during the neurodegeneration. And finally, in the last few minutes, one of the most exciting topics which recently came up in our laboratory about brain hemorrhage. And as you know, brain hemorrhage is one of the most common or lethal form of brain dysfunction. It can be ischemia, where oxygen does not go to the brain, or brain hemorrhage could be a smaller fraction of the patient, but more severe because there could be a bleeding in the brain. And now we know that this actually occurs very routinely, like microbleeds occurs in a few kind of image the MRI in the normal aged person. You always have some blood spots and they kind of disappear and they recover. But the more and more microbleeds can damage the small areas in the brain, and that can lead to long-term neurodegenerative diseases. And this hemorrhage or bleeding in the brain would be common in sports, during sports injury, fall injury and so on, and patients may not know if it's like sublethal, but they always contribute to long-term neurodegenerative diseases. And one reason we got into this was like when I was working with Dr. Jagannath, we were really interested in metal toxicity, how metals affect brain dysfunction and so on, and Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, all diseases have metal toxicity. And although we know that metal toxicity occurs, metal targeted therapies have never come to clinical trials or never gone beyond clinical trials. Ashley Bush and several leaders in the field have worked on developing metal chelation therapies for all these diseases. They all worked well up to animal models and never worked with the humans. And actually we had several hypotheses on that, because metals are like charged particles, right? Depending on your bivalent or trivalent. So for our cells, these are like charged particles. If one charge increases, cells try to get rid of other charges. So it's never like one metal toxicity, it's never a single metal toxicity. It's metal dishomeostasis. Like once one metal is affected, like 100 metals are affected there. So it's very challenging to understand the metal toxicity. And on top of it, we also showed in a publication that these metals can bind to several metal binding proteins. There are several DNA binding proteins which have zinc as a cofactor, and like iron and copper, other transition metals can have higher affinity than zinc, can bind to that zinc pocket and kick out zinc from there. So that's how they can inhibit DNA repair and several other pathways. And what we found in this study is more important. So if you remove metal, iron or copper from that spot, so you still, the metal comes out, but the damage still there, the inhibitory role still remains. The reason is these are redox metals, they also oxidize some of the residues in the protein. So you remove metal and reverse the oxidation, so you can reverse the process. So I'm trying to emphasize here that understanding the subtle mechanistic role of these toxic functions are important to therapeutically target them. And this was the reason I got into stroke, because when there is blood toxicity, there's the hemoglobin, right? Hemoglobin is rich in iron. When the bleeding occurs, hemoglobin breaks down into hemin, and then hemin breaks down into iron. There is a huge acute increase in iron in that particular spot. So this is a simple case of iron toxicity. And this is the reason that people suspect that there will be oxidative damage, ROS, and so on. But what we found was completely unexpected. So this is a collaborative study with several groups in the US. So what we found was, when this blood toxicity occurs, DNA double-strand breaks occur. It's not just oxidative damage, double-strand breaks occur, because the hemin, the hemoglobin product, acts like almost cancer therapeutic agents like viromycin. It forms a dimer and sits in the DNA major groove and cleaves DNA on both sides. And that acute level of DNA damage, when it occurs in the brain, it creates a shock to the cell. So what happens is, like brain cells, initially I mentioned, brain cells live as long as we live. The reason is they don't die for every small stress. So, prevailing concept was like brain cells could be sensitive because the die they don't recover, but they are very resilient. That's how we have them for 70 to 80 years. The one mechanism why they don't die is as soon as there is a stress, they go into a dormant state. I actually give an example of hibernation in frogs and so on. When the weather is not good, they suppress all their activity and go into hibernation. So brain cells, when there is a huge DNA break, they go into hibernation. Those cells which are affected suppress all those activities and we call them senescence. So this gives them a window to repair and recover rather than die. And that's exactly what occurs in hemorrhagic condition. We see a significant increase in the senescence. And in fact, this dormant stage was observed by other groups, but it was considered as a pathological phenomenon. And that was the time people have observed this kind of dormant stage, which was initially observed in cancer cells and so on. But then people started preventing them, like senolytics or removing those senescent dormant cells using several therapies. But these are neurons, we cannot recover them. If they are important, then you want to make sure that you save them rather than removing them. And what we found was in a follow-up paper that this kind of dormant stage is transient and it occurs as a protective phenomenon to give a larger window for the neurons to repair, and all of them are reversible. So if you promote repair, the senescence disappears. So instead of eliminating those dormant cells, you need to facilitate repair and regeneration so that those neurons recover back. And that's exactly what we observe. So what happens is, in this case, the way we discovered this is, we used like a nanoparticle, antioxidant nanoparticle, which was already in therapy, and that prevents this kind of antioxidant function that prevents the senescence. If you prevent senescence, we are not talking about removal, prevent senescence, we observed more cell death. That suggested that the senescence could be protective. And then we investigated the nature of the cell death, and that's all like iron-mediated cell death, ferroptosis. So the iron accumulation was killing those cells, but it was not killing senescent cells. The dormant cells were resistant to iron-mediated death. So what we did was we added an iron chelator for our therapeutic agent. So now with an iron chelator you can prevent senescence because now iron is chelated. So this is how there is a window for this. Initially there is a senescence, and those senescent cells break down hemin into iron, and now the senescent cells tolerate iron and they can recover. So there's really a hierarchical induction of those cells. And this particular and then we tried this in mouse models and so on. For both injury-related hemorrhage can occur during injury or just spontaneous hemorrhage. You can see when we introduced this nanoparticle, the blood spot itself disappeared. You can see with the nanoparticle within 3 days, the hematoma or blood spot disappears. And we see exactly same thing in a hemorrhage model. You can see that this ICH is intracellular hemorrhage, and with nanoparticles, the blood spot itself disappears. And this was surprising. We are looking into probably iron is chelated and so on. This suggests that there is kind of immune activation of maybe phagocytosis or blood clearance mechanism is also promoted by a nanoparticle. And we are currently looking into the mechanisms by which these processes occur. And I am working in the neurosurgery department, and my neurosurgery chair actually treats hemorrhage patients. I covered kind of 2 to 3 projects, just as I could be a little cryptic and went a little faster. So if anything is not clear, I will be happy to take any questions. I do believe so, because the blood toxicity would be extremely important in many other cases, right? This is just I am showing hemorrhage and injury. One example I can give you that whenever people talk about stem cell therapy or cell therapy, whenever you introduce cell, generally the injury to other tissue can lead to bleeding, and the bleeding is the major problem for cell therapy to work. So if our nanoparticle can clear or take care of the blood toxicity, so along with the cellular therapy or any other injections, drug delivery, where you require some invasive procedures, blood toxicity becomes a real big challenge, and our nanoparticle could be, co-introduced with that or with those subjects. So I think this is a really promising aspect. We are still looking into the mechanism and so on.
Dear students, you can raise your queries and you can interact with the session.
Yes, please.
It's your time.
That's a very good question. You got it right. So this is a unique aspect of TDP43 compared to other neurodegeneration associated proteins like amyloid beta or even synuclein. So amyloid beta probably does not have any essential functions in the adult brain. So you can target it and remove it. Its issue is mostly pathology or toxicity. Synuclein has some functions, but you can remove synuclein or eliminate synuclein in adult cells and cells don't die. So it has probably more crucial essential function during development. Although it may have some roles, but it may not be essential. So TDP43 as an RNA binding protein is an essential protein. The knockout mice die in the embryo stage. Homozygous knockout mice dies in the embryo stage. It's a knockout protein in the normal cells die. So this is the reason it's an extremely important challenge to target TDP43 associated diseases. So what happens in this condition is because its function is essential, the protein kind of migrates to cytosol and accumulates, sequesters there. I think I did not mention this. So what we believe is it's a stress response protein. So whenever cells are under stress, so what cells do is like during stress there could be toxins, external toxins or cell may not be functioning well or there could be oxidative reactions. Actually, these compartments are kind of newly discovered cell organelles called stress granules. So whenever you stress the cells, these important proteins kind of accumulate in some spots in the cell cytosol. And once the cell stress is released, these proteins come in those spots. And if the stress is not resolved, they stay longer in those concentrated spots and they aggregate there. Some proteins become like junk, they cannot recover. And I think this is the major issue with TDP43 and what's associated. Major, I think, as we mentioned, the 20 to 30 years to develop the disease. I think it's like treatment stress, treatment trauma. These things make like small fractions of these proteins aggregate in the cytosol. But with that, what happens is this is an essential protein. You have some proteins aggregating, so you have less functional protein. Right? So you have a loss of protein, functional protein, and on top of it, you have a gain of toxic protein, like unwanted protein. So you can call it like a double hit or a double whammy. So that's the reason I mentioned initially that you need a multi-hit of fluid hypothesis. So one aspect I skipped in between because of the time constraint. So along with this DNA repair rescue, we are targeting those aggregated proteins with another aspect, another cellular and a partial aspect called PARG, because this stress granules which accumulate these proteins is impossible with that modification called validation. So proteins add sugar groups and the sugar branches kind of accumulate those proteins. So that mechanism, if you disrupt that, then these proteins can be dissolved more quickly before they aggregate. And if you combine the DNA repair rescue
question on TDP-43. So if we could prevent TDP-43 from leaving the nucleus, could ALS be stopped before the symptoms actually appears?
I think so. But how to do that is a key question because TDP-43 is predominantly a nuclear protein. About 90 to 95% protein is in the nucleus. But about 5 to 10% continuously shuttles between nucleus and cytoplasm in a normal cell. So its precise function is not known, but people have found that transports RNA from the nucleus to cytosol in a protected way. So that shuttling or cytosolic location would be a crucial process. So if you prevent cytosolic location completely, I think it will not be good for the cell. And as I mentioned, it could be a stress response protein to protect the cellular components in the cytosol. I think what we need to do is we don't want it to aggregate in the cytosol. We still want it nuclear and cytosolic shuttling to occur.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for your valuable information in our college. Sir, you said that alternative genes and proteins can cure the diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Damages can we arrange the different types of proteins? We can treat the Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease, but they are age-related diseases, no, sir. Majority of they are depends upon genetics. We are treating, they are alternating the genetic material or gene expressions or anything else. Age-related diseases can at most be above the 50 or 60, 70. These can implement the changes in the gene expressions.
Yeah, good question. So, one correction, majority of them are actually not genetic diseases. So about 5 to 10% we have a genetic connection, or at least what is known about those diseases. It could be possible that we don't know the genetic component. But in spite of that, when you take an aged patient, there are several same mutations occurring in those brain cells which are not in the whole body. As a result, these are mutational hotspots which occur in the brain cells as they age. So for your question, although these are age-associated diseases, like the sporadic case, most of the Parkinson's or Alzheimer's patients are like 55 to 60 years of age. So whenever they have familiar disease, we see patients in 20 years, 25 years with a strong mutation, pathological mutation. We see patients, Alzheimer's patients at 30 years of age, very young age. So more than correcting the genetic aspects, for these diseases, one thing is extremely important, like compared to, I think Dr. Rao mentioned initially, all diseases are bad, but compared to cancer or many other diseases, the treatment occurs, works or treatment does not occur, you will know at some point. But these diseases are more severe on the family members or caretakers than the patients themselves, because in most cases we know that patients is not going to come back. If he has Alzheimer's disease, next year it will be more worse. Next year it will be, he will not be remembering anything. And still you have to take care of the patient for 10 to 15 years of time. So any disease intervening mechanisms we develop which can delay the symptoms, appearance of the symptoms, or delay the severity of those symptoms for 5 years, 10 years, all of them are important. So even rather than targeting them completely, for the 70-year-old person.
Approximately these Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease may be occurring in 60 to 80%, 60 age to 80 age related patients.
Exactly.
You can see in the hospitals. But gene expression treatment is only work after the therapeutic is not worked.
Exactly. That's the reason that the therapeutic aspect targeting the affected pathway rather than correcting the mutation would be crucial for just delaying those symptoms, delaying the pathology.
In Stanford University at 2017, we can eliminate the symptoms by using deep sound waves, deep ultrasound waves, etc. They done the researches and they are successful and approved in the US FDA like the treatment.
Yeah, that's a good point. So that's a completely different field. In our department, in our institute, there are different groups which are working on neuromodulation and neurostimulation, and they are going in parallel. And they all work again for 2 to 3 years, and they stop working. And we still do not know how they work. And one aspect we are looking into is, I mentioned about dormant state, like senescence. I think they activate those dormant cells back into activity. So just you activate those damaged cells for a period of time. But if you don't target the underlying pathology, ultimately it's going to come back. So all of them have challenges, but neurostimulation or even non-invasive modulation, these have some benefits in a limited time frame.
Decrease the symptoms or eliminate the disease. Both of these conditions, which one involving the gene alternation of damage and repair.
If you talk about like completely familial disease where one genetic mutation is there, then you have to fix the mutation or correct that pathway in a downstream pathway. But if it's a completely sporadic disease with a multifactorial, I think decreasing symptom has an immediate value. So as researchers and as people involved in disease, so we have to contribute in all aspects. Like as I mentioned, caregiver, even for caregivers is crucial, family members is crucial, patients is crucial. Even if you delay the symptom for 1 year, so the world will benefit so much. So just in both aspects are important. I think different groups have to give provide efforts on both aspects. So I want to mention one thing, that one of the early Alzheimer's stories was that when the patient, first Alzheimer's patient was kind of named, the patient's wife came with he stopped recognizing her, and at some point the patient suspected that there is somebody else in my house, and he suspected that his wife is having an affair because he could not recognize his wife, and he thinks there is, because this forgetfulness is not continuous, right? Maybe for half an hour, 1 hour in a day, the patient will forget and then he will remember. And he was blaming his wife that there is somebody else in the house and it's not his wife. And that's how that patient is. And these are very severe for the patients and caregivers. Even if you delay the symptoms completely symptomatic way without going into mechanism, that still has a lot of benefits. Still we have some way to treat them completely.
One last question, sir. Yeah. Sorry for the delay. How do you feel the TDP 43 will show the more impact 95% in the gene alteration?
What was that question?
You said that 95% of gene alteration was done by TDP protein. How do you feel when you find that even if you find that the TDP will show the more impact in the altering of the gene?
No, this was not our discovery actually. So ALS people initially thought an anti-oxidative stress disease with SOD1 and so on. This was in 2006 by the group of Virginia Lee. She was analyzing these ALS patients. It's good that you asked this question. It's amazing that till 2006 we don't know what causes ALS. And one of the reasons is probably we cannot detect this pathology, right? They have some protein clumps. In a severe disease, you have everything. You have amyloid beta, you have tau, you have everything. What can happen is there. So she was the one who identified that this is a protein which is a culprit in this disease. And ever since that discovery, then in a large scale analysis was done in hundreds of thousands of patients, and about 90 to 95% of patients show TDP-43 pathology. And we still do not know whether that's possibly pathology, because these are all post-mortem patients, right? Dead patients. So at least in a serious state, more 90% patients have TDP-43 pathology. Whether or not gene itself is affected. In most of the cases, TDP-43 gene was normal. There was no mutation. It was not the gene affecting it. As I mentioned, it's a stress response where the protein tries to do its function, but there's a threshold, right? When it cannot do the function, a small fraction of them becomes pathologic. It's like working harder, and then becomes pathological, then becomes non-functional. Everything is not about gene problem. It's at the protein level.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank can give further interaction. And here is a small announcement that there is a Best Question Award for the session, and this award goes to Pradeepa of Fort Family and will be awarded by Dr. Hectic.
Good day. Big is here.
Just give your appreciation. And thank you, Dr. Hadley, for giving enormous insights regarding DNA repairing, importance of TDP-43 and neurodegenerative disorders. Now, I request Dr. Ravishankar sir to give his closing remarks.
बदला है बदला आप करो अड़वला
Thank you so much for explicit presentation, sir. I recognize that kind of research business we have. You have come over here. You have come over. You have look at where I come over here very long distance. I really love your presentation every minute. Right? Thank you. Sir has explained so many things right over here. Pathological self-responses, guided mechanism based insights, and also DNA damage, and also clarification and understanding the brain health as a little bit. And he elaborated way to hit multi-hit therapeutic approach. He explored and discussions regarding complexity of DER, DNA repair pathways and DSP. And most of the things sir has talked about TDP-43 protein, TDP-43 pathology and mutations related factors. And that's very good. And eventually, sir has talked about new discoveries in Parkinson's disease research, and also brain tumors also. Okay, sir. We sincerely appreciate your valuable thoughts. I really love your presentation. Presentation is very nice. And I want to say one thing. If you want to find the next drug, discover the next breakthrough, code the next robot to ameliorate the lives of millions of people, you will have to work on your long days and long nights. For that, as it was research is required. And students, researchers, innovators, leaders, entrepreneurs and dreamers who never give up, never abandon your aspirations, whatever it may be. You have to strive on for long days and long nights. And in fact, the place where you can interact, interview with each other, it is the beauty of the college. Alone we can say, together we can discuss, alone we can smile, together we can love, alone we can enjoy, together we can celebrate. This is the real celebration of growth. Okay, thank you. ఇంకొకటి రెండు తెలుగులో ఉన్నాయి, నేను చదువుతాను ఒక నిమిషం. ఓకే. రూపాయల కన్నా రూపం గొప్పది, వేల కన్నా వినయం గొప్పది, లక్షల కన్నా లక్షణం గొప్పది, కోట్ల కన్నా కొనలేని ఈ విద్యార్థి జీవితం గొప్పది,
అలాంటి విద్యార్థి జీవితాన్ని మీరు ఈ ఏఎం రెడ్డి కాలేజీలో చదువుతున్నందుకు నాకు ఎంతో ఆనందంగా ఉంది. మీరు ఈ కాలేజీలో సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా కంప్లీట్ చేసి బయటకు వెళ్తారని సార్ చెప్పినట్టు నాకు చాలా ఆనందంగా ఉంది ఈ కాలేజీ గురించి చెప్పినప్పుడు. మీరు అందుకని ఈ కాలేజీలో జాయిన్ అయ్యి సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా కంప్లీట్ చేసి వెళ్తారని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఇంకా ఐశ్వర్యరాయ్ కావాలంటే అదృష్టం ఉండాలి. ఓకే, ఐశ్వర్యరాయ్ ఇక్కడ ఎంతమంది గర్ల్స్ ఉన్నారు, నేను చెప్పేది ఏంటంటే ఐశ్వర్యరాయ్ కావాలంటే అదృష్టం ఉండాలి. మదర్ తెరీసా కావాలంటే మంచి మనసు ఉంటే సరిపోతుంది. అలాంటి మంచి మనసు ఉన్న ఫ్రెండ్స్ మీలో చాలా మంది ఉన్నారు కాబట్టి మీరు మంచి మంచి స్నేహితులను చేసుకోవాలని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఎందుకంటే పూచిన పువ్వు వాడిపోతుంది, కాచిన కాయ పండిపోతుంది, ఎండిన ఆకు రాలిపోతుంది, కానీ నమ్మకంతో ఏర్పడిన క్రెడెన్స్ డాక్యుమెంట్ సంథింగ్ లైక్ రిలయన్స్తో ఏర్పడిన మీ జీవితం కలకాలం ఉండిపోతుందని అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఓకే, దేవుడు మనకు విజయాలు అందించడు, విజయాలకు సంబంధించిన శక్తి సామర్థ్యాలు ఇస్తాడు. అవి మీ అందరి గురువుల్లో ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి గురువుల ఆశీస్సులతో మీరు అలాంటివన్నీ సంపాదించుకుంటారని అనుకుంటున్నాను. రైట్? ఓకే, అవర్ కాలేజ్ gives us the opportunity to intermingle with each other. It is the beauty of the college. Alone we can say, together we can talk, alone we can smile, together we can love, alone we can enjoy, together we can celebrate. This is the real celebration of you. ఇంకా నాకు ఈ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఇచ్చిన జగన్నాథరావు సార్ గారికి, డాక్టర్ శాంతి మ్యామ్కి, ఇంకా భార్గవ్ ఈజ్ మై క్లోజ్ ఫ్రెండ్ ఫర్ లాంగ్ టైం. నాకు భార్గవ్ అంటే చాలా ఇష్టం, ఎందుకంటే అతను నిజాయితీగా ఆయన సింప్లిసిటీ అనమాట. ఓకే, ఇంకా మురళీధర్ హెగ్డే సార్ గారికి అండ్ మేడం మసాకో మేడం సార్కి, మేడం గారికి థ్యాంక్ యూ. థ్యాంక్స్ ఎ లాట్ ఫర్ గివింగ్ మీ దిస్ వండర్ఫుల్ ఆపర్చునిటీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you, sir, for the keen observation of the session and dropping a good poetry from the bottom of your heart. And now I request Dr. Muralidhar Hegde and other dignitaries to join in memento presentation to both the chairs. I request please come on to the dais Dr. Tejomurthy sir, Principal, University College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Acharya Nagarjuna University, and Dr. Ravishankar sir, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Analysis, Vignan College, Vallamudi.
సార్ కొంచెం చిన్న మేడం
तू को बोलो थैंक यू तू नूर को बोलो क्या करता है कैमरा से चले
As we conclude this session, it is now time for a well-deserved lunch break. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, guests, delegates and participants for your valuable contribution and active engagement. And lunch follows, and here is a small announcement. In the afternoon session, the session will be taken by Dr. Masako Kinoshita, and there will be a attractive Best Question Award in that session also. Please pay your attention and gather here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
वीडियो क्लिप काफी
बीच में क्या है इतना दफा किया कंटिन्यू करेंगे कालच मध्ये टांगे
Dr. Ravi Shankar is a
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great privilege to introduce our other speaker, Masako Kinoshita, Chief Physician, Department of Neurology, National Hospital Organization, United National Hospital, Kyoto, Japan. Dr. Kinoshita earned her PhD from the Department of Neurology, Graduate School of Medicine, Kyoto University, and has been serving the Faculty of Medicine at Kyoto University since 1996. She is a distinguished neurologist with extensive experience in epilepsy, neurophysiology, and neuroimaging. She serves as an associate editor and editorial board member of several prestigious international journals, including BMC Neurology, Clinical Neurology, and other sessions like neuroimaging also. Kinoshita has received numerous national and international honors, including the Distinguished Fellowship of the American Epilepsy Society 2023, Fellow of the Association of Biotechnology and Pharmacy, India 2025, the Young Investigator Award from International Epilepsy Congress, the Excellent Teacher Award from Japanese Society of Neurology, and the prestigious John and Mary Warder Prize received from the Japan Epilepsy Society. She has authorized 248 scientific publications, received over 1,800 citations, and has been supported by competitive research grants from the Japanese Society on the promotion of science. She is also an active member of several renowned professional societies across the Japan and United States. We are truly honored to have such a accomplished scientist and clinician with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me warmly welcome Mr. Masako Kinoshita. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Please give a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, it's very nice to meet you all, and it's my great pleasure to be here and have an opportunity to share my experience, our experiences in this field. The chairman kindly introduced. I'm one of the clinician neurologists dedicated in the clinical practice, and also I'm very interested in updating basic researches to promote to improve the patient care and neurological therapies worldwide. And today my role is to share the clinical point of view how the new findings, new basic findings, changing the clinical field, patient management itself, and this is a nice example because recently the Alzheimer's disease management are very rapidly changing caused by the newly coming therapeutics, and these things bring in the new challenges in the clinical field and also basic scientific field. So I'd like to mention that. And if I have the time, I'd like to talk about the role of the local area, suburban or local areas to
development of epidemiological data to improve the management of it. And this each individual areas in the medical system. Please go ahead. But no feedback, please. Please go ahead. There's no at first, I'd like to introduce myself and how my relationship, how my activities in India began. It was back to 2020 when the COVID pandemic. In COVID pandemic, when we produced one paper about the COVID disease vaccination. This is a kind of epidemiological study, and at that time, at the very first day of this publication, Professor Balachandra Balingiri, who was at the Balachal University at that time, and now he's in Central University of Punjab and the Department of Zoology and working for a genetic team. And they contacted me, and we started working together. And we have a mutual exchange programs and mutual collaboration work, and published more than 30 publications and more coming now. And also as a clinician, and we are very aware of the importance of the importance of the sharing knowledge and the exchange programs. So we started the Indo-Japan Ecological workshops and to reach the basic and clinical researchers. And this is held annually and with the support of JSPS and some private grants. And the time has ended now, so we are searching for the funding opportunities and organizing for members to successfully doing this kind of thing. Then today's my topic is about dementia, and especially in Alzheimer's disease. And global dementia has a very big impact, and WHO is also promoting the awareness and promoting the scientific research to prevent and manage these kind of patients. Next, please. And now people. 55 million people living with dementia, and this is the seventh top cause of death worldwide. It has a very big impact. Next, please. And we have, this is already known that the disease causes, the disease itself beginning far very earlier than the clinical presentation. So pathological process of degenerative neurodevelopmental disorders begins many years before the clinical progression. That means that when the patient comes to clinic complaining of something, it's already degenerative process very already progressed. Next, please. So, pathological process begins before the clinical manifestation. This is already known, but nobody can in clinical situations, we cannot do anything without the effective therapeutics. Next, please. And at that time, when the patient starts declining of the cognition, we have to manage just to support it there. But recently, we have new coming drugs called an anti-amyloid antibody agent, and that targets and removes beta amyloid. So that means the progression during disease progression, the patient with only mild cognitive impairment can be the therapeutic target. So that means that intervention, time of intervention is becoming earlier than before. So making it possible, maybe possible to lower the disease progression. And producing the new problems. The first one is we have to select the patient who will have the disease progression and who really have the Alzheimer's disease from other patients with mild cognitive dysfunction or having other diseases. So, next please. So, in 2024, this is very recent topic, that the Alzheimer's Association defined that AD to be a biological process that begins with the appearance of AD neuropathologic changes while people were asymptomatic, and proposed revised criteria and staging categorizing. Next challenge is that what the diagnosis other than Alzheimer's disease at the early MCL level or early dementia level. One emerging field is the autoimmune encephalitis. This is encephalitis that is mediated by autoimmune things, and the clinical presentation is very variable. And core symptoms are known as the subjectively variable among patient and patient. And some patients present with the psychosis-like symptoms and seizures, movement disorders, and and this kind of presentation can be different, should be differentiated from the Alzheimer's disease. So the studies which already known doing some kind of epidemiological studies associated with many kinds of neurological disorders, and this is an example that we published recently, and this is a prediction of infection stroke is a very important field, and actually let's provide interventional improvement of interventional studies, stroke survivors increasing. That means post-stroke complications of stroke and we have to manage. And the seizures are one of them to be which needs management. So we try to find predictive markers who have the repeated seizures after stroke. So this is still small, but one institute in the suburb of Nara prefecture. It is a little bit southern to Kyoto. And we included about 200 patients, and my interest is cerebral infarction. So, and we could do the cognitive evaluation and examine like seizures. Then, yes, please. And we check the cognitive function after the acute cerebral infarction within 1 week. And some kind of we call it but some kind of cognitive evaluation can predict like seizures. So it can be useful in clinical practice. And we will have to do more to prevent developing seizures. And we also need molecular and science basis to develop this kind of intervention. So this is the example that have the clinical management according to the newly coming therapies, and the Alzheimer's disease one of the most important developing field. And this is modifying therapies enable early intervention of the patients, and that brought changing is diagnostic criteria. So we currently need more precise biomarkers, and also we have to through investigation, clinical investigation, find the differential diagnosis that can be treatable at the early stage, such as autoimmune disorders and genetic disorders of the predispositions are also important. And epidemiological studies are also important to manage the regional healthcare systems. Thank you so much.
And now, if any of you have any queries regarding the session, it is now your chance to ask ma'am.
hear much, so please repeat.
Savya, come forward.
Come forward.
Savya.
Fast.
So your research suggests that the immune system can both protect and harm the brain. How do we determine that immune activation is beneficial and it becomes a driver of neurodegeneration?
Immune system can be beneficial and also the harm. And immune system can, of course, the immune itself have the very complicated branches and geologies and immune encephalitis means that antibodies attacking the neuronal cell itself and the neuronal surface antigens. So and in general, immune yes, and besides antibody and mediated system, recently the interleukins, cytokine systems that can be protected, but also harmful. It can be mediated by many other situations like stress, and some kind of this can be associated with the post-COVID syndrome or paranoid syndrome. So the immune system has various aspects. So it's very complicated. Yes, also.
Any other questions from any one of you?
So you have mentioned the biomarkers, right, in the presentation. So are these Alzheimer's biomarkers are estimated in wet or slow Actually, which technique or instrument is used for analyzing the biomarkers?
Yes. Establish markers
झुकै काट्नु मैं किधर फिरा था तुरु सरक ना जरा लाइव में आता है तू
check by using
you are in live
this is because of CSF has a higher value because they are not detectable using blood. So one approach that we try to find evaluate the very small amount of this biomarkers using the
Actually, can we use HR numbers for identifying the biomarkers?
Yes.
Yeah, no. For biomarkers, are we using HR numbers or Western blotting?
It's not established. But that means worth doing. Biomarker means that it's based on the already known In general, Alzheimer's disease is unreversible. Using these drugs, we cannot reverse the degeneration. The clinical stage already, when the patient already had the symptoms. So that means earlier intervention could be important. This is one thing. And if you have to find something new to reverse the clinical process, this is also a big important thing. And the third one is the different etiology can combine with the progressive disease progression. So it can be modified.
You said biomarkers have a major role in disease progression, right? In animals, how can we study biomarkers?
I don't know. Please find something and tell me.
Ma'am, could trained immunity become a therapeutic strategy for dementia in the future?
Yes, autoimmune encephalitis is one of the examples. 10 years back, nobody knows that kind of diseases. So every clinician, still many clinicians do not know. The immunological intervention is needed. So similarly, in some dementia, the cause of dementia can be variable. So for some patients, that can be beneficial. This is not one yet, but if we can find somebody who has the immunological predisposition, that can be treatable, at least side.
Autoimmune encephalopathies can easily masquerade as diabetic progressive dementias. Autoimmune encephalopathies can easily masquerade as diabetic progressive. Autoimmune encephalopathies can easily masquerade.
Patient with autoimmune encephalitis, if untreated, not treated, show the progressive, very rapidly progressive. Yes.
Based on your clinical experience, what red flags should prompt a researcher to have a standard dementia workup and the screen for autoimmune?
Yes, I'd like to share this information with many researchers. The additional neurological disorders can very exacerbate, worsen the disease progression.
Any more questions for anyone? Any more questions?
Then what are the option source of biomarkers, ma'am?
Sorry?
What are the option source of biomarkers, ma'am?
Yeah, this is brain imaging. That's what are the options. Even we can take, I think, skin burn.
Behavioral markers could be behavioral presentation, some kind of clinical presentation. Discussion with the clinicians and isolation school to some other political manifestations related with that particular. So it's going to be that issue.
Any more questions? Let us thank our Hiroshima ma'am for patiently answering all the questions asked by the students. Thank you ma'am, thank you for answering all the questions. And now the moment is here we are eagerly waiting for is the Best Asking Question Award. The Best Question Asking Student Award goes to JVL Shravya Devi of 3rd B Form C. And the award is given by our advisor sir. So kindly come on to the dais.
The consolation prize goes to Varshasri and Vedavahni. To kindly come forward,
I request everyone to give a warm round of applause. Join your hands and give a warm round of applause. I request JVL Shravya Devi and Varshasri and Vedavahni to come on to the dais for receiving their prize. The prize will be given by our advisor sir. To kindly come forward. Okay, the prize will be given by our Hiroshima ma'am.
ठीक है मौज रहा
Give a warm round of applause. Now I request Dr. C.H. Arun Kumar, Professor, Department of Pharmacology at Chemnara Hanmaya Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, to kindly come forward for the closing remarks of this session. I request everyone to give a warm round of applause to Dr. C.H. Arun Kumar sir.
Very
Thank you, Kiryoshita. Good afternoon.
उधर देखते इधर छोड़ दो क्या
For giving the valuable information regarding updated clinical management of Alzheimer's diseases and dementia, and also give the valuable information regarding the impact of BCG vaccination on COVID-19, and also pathological role, especially amyloid, beta-amyloid proteins as well as tau proteins, and also drugs for the lecanemab. Next one is donanemab, that is the anti-amyloid beta proteins. Normally for the Alzheimer's disorders, nowadays we are using that is the cholinesterase inhibitors. This is the advanced technique. This is the MAP therapy. Next one is, and also Hiroshima have given some valuable information regarding the different stages of Alzheimer's, especially alpha-synuclein, and also she has conducted the clinical trial regarding the clinical trial, especially in the autoimmune encephalitis patients. In these patients, she has observed changes in their cognitive behavior, and also she has conducted the role of presenilin in various persons. Next one is, and also she has given the valuable information regarding the ischemic stroke and cognitive scores. Thank you, madam.
thank you for giving the valuable information regarding this all topics. Okay. And also thank you for giving the opportunity for me. And also thank you for everyone.
As we come to the conclusion of this insightful plenary session, it is our privilege to express our heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed chair, Dr. C.H. Arunkumar sir. Now I request esteemed guests, distinguished dignitaries, Chairperson ma'am, Advisor sir, Global Secretary sir, and Dean Academics ma'am, Principal sirs and faculty members to come forward for the felicitation of the chair, Dr. C.H. Arunkumar sir. Sir, please come.
Kalita. Sir. Sir, tu ba?
Vijay Madam is a prolific researcher and principal investigator for numerous landmark stroke prize. She has also authorized more than 60 scientific publications, contributed 4 book chapters, and presented her work at various national and international scientific conferences. Her recent original research received the prestigious Paul Dudley White International Scholar Award at the International Stroke Conference held in 2025, further highlighting her impact on global stroke research. Among her many accolades, she has received the Times Health Excellence Award 2023 Legend in Neurology and Stroke Advocacy, recognizing her lifelong dedication to advancing neurological sciences and stroke care. Beyond her professional accomplishments, Dr. Vijay Madam is actively involved in philanthropic initiatives and is a passionate promoter of arts and music. Her unwavering commitment to patient care, education, research, and community service has established her as one of India's most respected neurologists and stroke specialists. And Dr. P. Vijay Madam's remarkable journey exemplifies excellence in medicine, leadership in healthcare, and dedication in improving the lives of patients through innovation, education, and compassionate service. So it's a great privilege to have you here, Madam, during this conference. Thank you very much, Madam, for giving me this opportunity. Now over to Vijay, Madam.
Thank you very much, sir, for that kind introduction. First of all, I would like to congratulate the A.M. Reddy Memorial College and Pharmacy, the administrators, Ms. Santi Madam, with so much over the years of dedicated educational passion, and all the faculty and advisors as well as the students of A.M. Reddy College for this very, very prestigious conference that we are doing it in Nasrobet, which is the national level conference. And it's my pleasure to share the stage today to Madam Masako and Muralidhar Reddy, Muralidhar Hegde sir, and of course my very favorite sir, Jagannatha Garu, and each and everyone. Thank you so much. I think today we will go briefly. Madam has covered the most burning topic now, which is the dementia, and now I will be taking you to the stroke, the other one, which is the very common problem worldwide and it is increasing. We will see why it is so. Thank you. Can I have the slides, please? I think all of you can hear me. If I can have it. Now tell me, brain diseases. Just tell me 5 important brain diseases, children. Alzheimer's, yes. Madam, claps for you. Parkinson, yes. Epilepsy, excellent. Stroke, yes, please. What about headache? Headaches. So we all have headaches. So there goes the importance of brain. The brain is and the nervous system is the most complex and important organ of our body. You know why? Because all other organs are there in every species, but developed brain is there only for human beings. We are what we are because of our brain. I am Vijaya, you are Padma, or he is somebody. How do you identify them? Not just the names, your personality, your speech, your intelligence, your compassion. All these things are determined by your brain. So identity is brain. In one word, I keep telling everybody and I keep a poster in my room. Your brain is your present and your future. So you should know to take care of your brain. It is also important to know, unfortunately, all over the world, the diseases. Can you name some important diseases which kill human beings? The commonest cause of death. Which disease is commonest cause of death? Worldwide. Yes. Heart attack, cardiovascular diseases, cancer. But the leading cause of disability, what do we mean by disability? Lifelong disability is neurological disorders. That is the importance of neurological disorders. They are common, they are the number 1 cause of disability. However, 80% of them are preventable. This is the gap. That's the purpose of this symposium is to be aware of these neurological disorders. Which one is the pointer? Side chain, pointer. This is the pointer. Oh, done, great. Let's go further. So awareness about brain is important for all of us, not just our doctors, not just students, farm students, but each and every human being. Brain health for all ages because brain disorders will affect from birth. In fact, I would say intra-uterine life till the last days. So, brain health is important for our mental, social and physical well-being, not just physical. If brain is good, everything else will be good. Neurological related disorders account for more than 100 crore people worldwide. Leading cause of disability and second leading cause of death after heart attacks. Brain diseases can occur at any age. Heart attack will come after 40, 50, 60 years of age. But for brain diseases, it starts from the intra-uterine life and from birth. And the commonest are, as you already mentioned, the dementia, strokes, headaches. But in children, you are also should remember about the cerebral palsy or the encephalopathy, which is a preventable disaster. And you should also remember infections and also, of course, epilepsy, as I said. Multiple sclerosis, peripheral neuropathy. The most suffering is in adults is peripheral neuropathy after diabetes, which is very painful, very, very disabling. Alzheimer's, brain tumors, TBI. It is important for you to learn about the traumatic brain injury because all of you are driving rashly without helmets and unnecessarily injuring your brains. So now let's go back to the stroke. Brain stroke, which is my passion and specialty. It comes like a tsunami. All of you know what a tsunami is. It suddenly, you are not aware, you are normal this minute, you are struck down by stroke the next minute. That's why I call it tsunami of the brain. So, and then in India, unfortunately, in most of the Asian countries, I think we are affected earlier. 40s we have strokes. In West it is 70s, 80s. But in India it is 40s and sometimes even 30s. unfortunately, and that is once it comes, it is disaster. The brain is damaged irreversibly. And every year, 15 million people worldwide suffer a stroke, but what is important is only 6 and 5, how much it is? 11? 40% survive to near normalcy. Otherwise, either they die or they become disabled permanently. It can happen at any age, and the most important thing is education to recognize stroke so that it is prevented. The BFAST is a famous acronym, the balance, size, space, arm, speech and time, where you can, if you have any of these symptoms, it is a symptom can be of the brain stroke. Immediately you react and then treat it. What is the cause of brain stroke? Tell me. Old age and stress and so these are the common risk factors, not just for brain stroke, but it is the risk factors for heart attack, the risk factors for pulmonary diseases, risk factor for PVD, risk factor for malignancy and everything. So if you can control the risk factors, not only you can prevent brain stroke, but also you can prevent many of the serious diseases. So that is the importance of knowing the risk factors. And of course headache. 40 to 50% of adult population suffer from headache at some time of their life, and especially during the prime time, before your exams, before some interview, and in your classrooms. Headache is a common disabling disorder which is not well managed. People think it is stress. It is not just stress. Many times it is the migraine type disorder which is a disease by itself. You have to understand the type of headache so that you can prevent it. Then it's a common cause of brain problems, and almost 50% of the people have headaches, and almost 5% have chronic daily headache, part and parcel of their life. And nowadays we have, as advances are also part of this symposium, we have a lot of new molecules, the monoclonal antibody. The headache is a specific disease. It targets the CGRP. So if you have CGRP blockers, you can prevent the headache. So the scientific research, as Dr. Muridhar is here, so research gave us the pathophysiology, and the clinical pharmacies developed the specific drug. That is the scientific method. So if there is a problem with the CGRP, you have a molecule that blocks the CGRP, and your treatment, the headache is stopped. So that's the exciting times nowadays for brain diseases, because though they are very lot of common and serious, there are a lot of developments in the form of biomarkers, diagnostics, as well as the therapeutics. So all these important basic research leading to the clinical pharmacy leading to the clinical cure or the control disease. Headaches we need not, of course, and epilepsy. The epilepsy importance is children are affected more. Almost 1 to 3 per 100 they have epilepsy, and many of the causes are preventable. As I was telling you, the diseases start at birth. Can you tell me the common cause of epilepsy in newborn? Any of you? Yes? Anybody? They say something. What is the cause of seizures in the newborn? Just then he was born, but is having a seizures. What will be the reason? Fever. Immediately, as soon as they come out, they may not have fever. But birth hypoxia, difficult labor, unattended labor, home deliveries, which were very common till recently. Luckily, the government policies of mother and child health have become so good in our country. We can proudly say we have prevented the maternal mortalities and the hypoxic damage to a great extent. Our MMR has really drastically reduced to less than 5 lakhs after what it was before. So this is a preventable problem, and epilepsy is a childhood disorder, meaning lifelong they will have discrimination. Other problem with neurological disorders is, other diseases people will not know. If you have heart attack, nobody will know if seeing you. But if you have a neurological disease, like seizures, like stroke, everybody will know. Then there will not be the social discrimination, the financial disadvantage, and the cultural things. All these are very important for neurological disorders. They have extra problems in addition to the medical problems. So similarly, patients, the children with epilepsy will have discrimination at school. Will have discrimination when they grow up about marriages. I know many great intelligent boys boys and girls who are wonderful otherwise. They may have seizures which are well controlled, but just because they had history of epilepsy, many times they are distributed. Nobody wants to marry them, nobody wants to give them a job, nobody wants to, sometimes even in schools, to be friends with them. All these things are complex things. It's the responsibility of us, not just the neurologist or the doctor. It's the responsibility of the society at large to understand the diseases, to accept them, and to make them part of our lives, not to have discrimination. All this needs education. So the seizures can be, they are going to start in the brain, it can be generalized epilepsies, it can be focal epilepsies, because they affect children, adults and older people. Anybody can get seizures. But if the causes will be different at every age. In old age it may be brain stroke or tumor, in young age it can be head injury, in children it can be infections. The vaccinations are very important. The one thing that has changed the human disease profile is vaccination. That starting from the smallpox way back, then to polio. We are proudly, just yesterday it has come in. We are still polio free. India is maintaining the polio free status despite the huge population and all the logistics that are involved in it. So the best way to prevent a disease in some of these infections are vaccination. Now we have adult vaccination also in now. In India also we are doing herpes zoster vaccination, the flu vaccination. All these things are available and you should know that they are available and avail them to protect yourself and your family members. And of course, when children are affected, sometimes they not even detect that they are seizures. The teacher may scold the child, they make them stand on the bench that you are sleeping in my class, what are you doing? So unless you understand these absent seizures, which may just turn will become dazed like this. They stop for a few seconds and then they will again start. They may not be recognized unless you know about it. So these are some important points, and of course the infections. So can you tell me an infection which caused devastation recently? Yes? COVID. So COVID is a famous disease because everybody talks about it. But not so famous diseases are meningitis, encephalitis. When summer comes, we have a lot of encephalitis, Japanese encephalitis, all the things that come. So now we know we have a better idea because COVID has taught us good lessons. How to have hand hygiene, how to have protect yourself, all these things can be applied for other infectious diseases as well, for children. So multiple sclerosis, this is another disease which affects the young people in their 20s, university graduates, and just married bride, anybody can affect it, most commonly the younger age group. Multiple sclerosis is once we thought India didn't have manifest some 20 years back. Now we know it is as common and as this thing even in India. And luckily again though it is a very devastating disease, with proper awareness, education, there are investigations, there are treatments, and people are living near normal lives. So you should know about it, multiple sclerosis. Myasthenia gravis. Can you tell me anything about myasthenia? Yes, have you heard about myasthenia? Autoimmune disease, excellent. What are the features? The big B, Amitabh Bachchan also was supposed to have myasthenia, his control. Can anybody tell me what are the features? Main thing is fatigability and drooping of eyelids, weakness, you cannot lift up your hands. So myasthenia is a muscle disorder, neuromuscular disorder rather. So which will cause weakness of the limbs, but again it is treatable either with thymectomy or with medicines. Now this is our peripheral neuropathy. How many diabetics are there and sugar ఉన్నవాళ్ళు ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు? Sugar ఉన్నవాళ్ళు ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు? Sugar. If I see some general public or parents అయితే sugar ఉన్నవాళ్ళు ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారమ్మా? లేరు ఎవరు? Sugar లేదు. So how many of you had అరికాలు మంటలు ఎంతమందికి ఉన్నాయి? కాళ్ళ మంటలు తిమ్మిర్లు. So it's a very common problem and it's very painful sometimes. There is literally on the fire. Alcohol తీసుకునేవాడికి ఇంకా ఎక్కువ ఉంది. ఆయన చెప్తూ ఉంటారు అగ్ని కాజ్యం పోసినట్టు. When you have a diabetes, it is the fire. When on top of it you have alcohol, you pour oil on it and it's the nerves will just burn, causing severe burning, painful neuropathy. And of course, these are your nerves which are nicely like they are looking like gold bars, and you damage them with your habits and your uncontrolled diabetes. Okay? Try to preserve them. Cerebral palsy. This is very important because children become suffering lifelong if they have a difficult delivery or some problem at birth. 3 minutes I keep telling, if the child's brain doesn't receive oxygen for 3 minutes, permanently they will be defective. And our child will be very, the responsibility of the parents of attending the obstetrician as well as the social workers are to have actual safe delivery for all children born. So that's very important. It's a preventable cause of disability lifelong. Of course, our favorite Parkinson's disease. Madam was telling what is the important discovery in Parkinson's disease? Tell me if you have heard her lecture. You tell me what is the important discovery in Parkinson's. We know it is brain disorder, we know it is in the substantia nigra. Genetics. Now we know the genetic markers of Parkinson's disease. To understand a disease, you should know why it is happening. Whom? All of us are the same when we are born. Why some people are getting affected by certain diseases? That's the main thing where our researchers are working on it. What is the vulnerability? So we know how to protect them. Genetics is a very important discovery in the Parkinson's disease, which is going to be a long way. Again, I told you, evidence-based medicine. Once you know the gene defect, you can correct it in the future. If not now, in the future. Like you have treatments for SMA, if you have treatments for certain diseases where you have sickle cell anemia, you can treat it. Correct the gene, go and correct the gene, and then you can be a normal person. So that's the future of medicine, where there is a genetics cause and we develop a treatment to correct the genetic cause. This is all good. Our researchers will help us. But what about the environmental causes of diseases? That is the responsibility of the society. It is not just the genetics. For example, at one time we never bothered about air pollution. I come to that a little later. Yes. So this is the Parkinson's disease. Then Alzheimer's disease, where there is a dementia and the degenerative, the brain will shrink to 1/3 and you will depend and you will not remember your own wife or husband or your children. Very, very pathetic. This is becoming increasing because of the longevity. We used to be very happy about people living 100 years plus, but we are also worried that we are going to have a society with so many old people where you have to take care. The rest of the generation has to take care of these old people with dementia and strokes. Brain tumors. We just did a brain tumor awareness day in the last month. Brain tumors can happen in children, in adults, in old age. Most of them are now treatable with a precision medicine. The technology is high, microscope. You have navigation systems, you have precision medicine. We can treat most of these tumors. And the traumatic brain injury. How to prevent this? Tell me 3 things. How to prevent the trauma, head trauma? Tell me. Helmet, excellent. So how many of you are wearing helmets during your visit? Tell me truthfully. How many people are wearing helmets? 1, 2, 3. Antena, you ever helmet wears from 4. In 400 or 500 people, only 4 people are wearing helmets. So please make sure you protect your head. Not just while driving, but falls. In old people, you should avoid falls. Padikokuda chuskoవాలి. Padike debba tagilite brain effect vastadi. So very important treatable condition. And how can then now coming to the negative things? Diseases are all over. So what about positive brain health? What do you mean by brain health? Like I told you, all of us are born the same. Some people achieve more, they become stars. Some people are average. Some people are very poor. What is this difference? Same brain. God has given us the same brain. So that is the difference of the brain health. So we should all try to optimize our own brain health. How to make the most of it. How to become the best achiever. Achievement doesn't mean new prizes. First prize, second prize, no, that's not achievement. To achieve your full potential. How to utilize your brain, the God's given gift, to become the best in your age, in your stage, in your own place. That is the positive brain health. Can we improve our brain health? Yes, we can. How to do it, I just tell you a few couple of exercises. So anyway, it's written all exercises. I given the clue already. So now I go back. Now you tell me how to improve your brain health. Tell me, health is any health. What is the very principle? Health principles. Meditation, yes. Hydration, yes. Huh? Sleep, excellent. Sleep. Huh? Exercise, excellent. Food. Balanced diet. Balanced diet అంటే పిజ్జా బర్గర్ మాత్రమే కాదు. You can have once in a while, but not every day. So these are simple principles that they go a long way to protect your brain. Brain healthy foods, and now we go to this one. So 7, nutrition, balanced diet, less salt, less oil, and less fats, and more fiber, more nuts, whole grains. Physical activity. 30 minutes every day is enough to make your life comfortable. Just 30 minutes. In 24 hours of our day, then can't you spare 30 minutes for brisk walking? How many of you do the 30 minutes walk? You tell me now. Better. 10, 15. Better than the other one. So I'm happy. But all of us should do. Till 90 years of age. There's no age bar. In fact, 95 years it's okay. Without falling, you take care and walk 30 minutes a day, every day. Every day. That's the clue. Of course, stress management, sleep, social interaction. So a lot of research in US, of course, Asian countries have the advantage of we are all together, always. Families are together, friends are together. So we love to be in groups. Unlike in Western societies where people live in isolation. That causes a lot of health problems, brain health problems, especially dementia. So one treatment for dementia is to be with friends and your relatives. Interact every day. Not cell phone interaction, not the WhatsApp interaction, physical interaction. Please stop your on-screen time and make it as a physical interaction. Go with your friend. She will be sitting next and you will be texting. I know this. Huh? So everybody will be sitting in one room and please stop this. You have to interact directly with people, not just for the brain health, for the total health. This is being proven scientifically. If you have a community engagement, they will have less dementia, less strokes, and overall better brain health. Sleep. How many of you have undisturbed 8 hours sleep? Be bold. You tell me. How many of you have undisturbed 8 hours sleep every day? 10 people again. I am happy that you are truthful. I am happy that you agree. All of us are having sleep problems. More than 50% adults have sleep problems. Sleep is not just for sleep. On nidrapoyinappudu body recovers, especially the brain. Memory problems are linked to sleep directly. If you want to have good memory, you should have a good sleep because during that time the long-term memory things, the material will be from the immediate memory it will be shifted to that part of the brain where it stays forever lifelong. That is called muscle memory. If you learn cycle once there in the childhood, you learn it, you remember it and lifelong. That is called muscle memory. So that's how you have to make your memory stronger by utilizing your good sleep. Social interaction, hobbies. Of course, good diet. So how many people eat home food or normal people don't eat home food? Don't eat home, no hostel. Huh? Both means it's a diplomatic answer. Diplomatic answer. How much out of the food? So go for home food. I advise all the mothers to cook at home and make children eat at home, except maybe once a week or so. So healthy diet. Physical exercise. So you tell me how much physical exercise, not just walking. You can do what? Zumba, dance, sports. So make sure your children have at least one sports. Any game is fine, but that game will give you all the advantage over your life. Just when somebody said meditation, you all did, I think, yoga day, you must have done. Many of us did the yoga day. So if it is useful to you, you can do yoga day. If it is not useful, you can do something else. Not necessary that everybody should do yoga. You can do your meditation, you can do your just walking or anything that suits you to decrease your stress. Yoga and protect your brain from stress. Yoga, medical health. The last but not the least, the most important thing is people don't think that they have any disease. Nakenduku vastund. Nenu baane unnanu. It is good, but you should always remember, it's always important to check for the risk factors. The most important risk factor for brain hemorrhage is hypertension. So hypertension undi lenti ela telustundi? How do you know whether the patient has blood pressure, high blood pressure or not? Tell me. BP ఉన్నట్టు ఎలా తెలుస్తుందండి? మీరు ఎలా చెప్పచ్చు? ఎలా తెలుస్తుంది? ఆయాసం, ఇంకా స్వెట్టింగ్, ఇంకా రీడింగ్. Okay, so all of them can be there, but none of them can be there. So hypertension is a silent disease. 200 BP ఉన్నా కూడా ఎవరికైనా తెలియదండి. మనం BP చెక్ చేయించుకునేదే BP. According to the ICMR, 1 in 4 people in India have hypertension and only 50% know about it. And of them only 50% take treatment and of them only 50% are controlled. These are the hard facts. That means out of 100 patient people are hypertension, only 50%, 50 people know about it. 25 people take the treatment. Of them, 12 people or 10 people are controlled. So the rest of the people are at risk for brain hemorrhage, heart strokes, hypertensive heart failure, PVD. It's a very simple thing. If you have to adopt one policy, India has to adopt one policy. Lessons are check your BP, control your BP to less than 140/90. That is the figure. Not 140, not 150. This always should be 130, 130/80 ఉండాలి all the time. So ప్రతి వాడు after 30 years you have to check your BP once in a year. And if it is high, start your diet control, walking and stress management. If it is still high, you take drugs, simple drugs, which are given free by the government. In 104 and primary health centers, all our hypertension drugs, diabetic drugs, aspirin, statin, everything is given free for everybody continuously by the government of India and Andhra Pradesh. So you should know, you should learn, you should take care of it. It's very important. Know your numbers. ఎంతమంది BP చూపించుకున్నారు ఇక్కడ? నార్మల్ వాళ్ళు. How many of you checked your BP? You? Very good. మీరేం మాట్లాడతారు? మీరు కదా ఇంపార్టెంట్. BP ఎంతమంది చెక్ చేయించుకున్నారు? సో అందరూ చెక్ చేయించుకోవాలి, ఇంక్లూడింగ్ మై సెల్ఫ్. I will not know if I have hypertension unless I check myself, even though I am a doctor. So please check your BP, your sugar, your weight, your BMI, your cholesterol. These are called know your numbers. That's what I keep telling you. Know your numbers so that you can act on them. Very simple. All these things I am talking is like it's important information from doctors to educational people to the common layman. These are all very simple things. BMI, weight, sugar, pulse, blood pressure, your cholesterol should be checked and kept it good. So sleep and relaxation. What is the one advice you want to give to yourself and to me to have a good sleep? What is the advice you want to give to yourself? Screen time. I keep telling all the children that come to my OP to keep your phone outside in a almirah, lock it and give the key to somebody. That is the only way to stop yourself initially. Once you get control, that is fine. The sleep, the digital thing has become lot of trouble for the sleep. That the LED blue light is called the blue light, which will cause stimulation to your brain. It is good for some time, but not nights. Nights you are supposed to have your melatonin is high, you sleep peacefully, have good dreams, happy dreams, and all those romantic things. People forgot about romanticism these days. They only know about the digital things. So go back to your olden, the romantic ways of living life. Okay? Good sleep. Tips for healthy sleep. These are one of the few things that we are doing. The most most important thing is to cut down your screen time. Always, not talking about you. I know housewives who text for 10 hours. I know old people who were looking at their phones. Now it's a universal problem. All of us should learn to control our screen time and also have a good sleep. So social interaction, this I already mentioned. Social, if you have so many friends, good friends, so many relatives whom you interact every day, that's good for your brain. Hobbies and brain games, of course, including, I think I don't know if you will do it in Japan. When I went to China for some routine tourist visit, people in the evening, when they go back from offices, they all come to a place and they put the music, they all start dancing for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and they all go back. So such a nice, simple things in life. Not just always exams, ranks, and all these things. You should know how to be simple in life. The simplicity in life will go a long way for your health in general. Learn to enjoy small things. That's the main thing. So, brain conditions can be prevented, treated, and rehabbed. These are all about prevention. I have 5 minutes, 10 minutes time, madam? No problem? Okay. So, now we talked about the prevention. Diseases, what are the diseases, what are prevention? Now, the next big thing in medicine that happened is that so many treatments have come to most of the diseases. For example, once it was the stroke was not treatable. Now we know. Do we have the other slides, Raghavendra? The other one? Okay, so now we talk briefly about the treatments of diseases. What is the best way to for a disease is prevention, not to get it at all. But unfortunately, or because of our genetics, or because of some other disease, we have the stroke, brain stroke. What is the next best? Tell me, if somebody has a brain stroke with your DFAST, what is the best way to manage that? Anybody? Any disease be? What is the next best? Prevention tarvata. To get the proper treatment. The universally accepted, and it should be the equitable treatment. That is the catch in low and middle income countries like ours. There is a best treatment. But how many people will get the best treatment? Less than 5%. 100 మందికి బ్రెయిన్ స్ట్రోక్ వస్తే 100 మందికి బ్రెయిన్ స్ట్రోక్స్ వస్తే less than 5% get the best treatment. 95% of the people cannot get the treatment because of so many issues. First of all, awareness lack. Second of all, financial issues. Third of all, wrong information. They think, many people even now they think Ayurvedic treatment is the only treatment for brain stroke, even though there is a good injection by their or Ayurvedic cancer. So, these are all misconceptions. All these things are having the barriers. Once you get any problem, you recognize it early, get the best possible treatment, irrespective of your age, gender, or the place, or your financial or economic or social status. That is the ideal situation, utopia. Allowing universal health. Even in US you don't have, even in Western they don't have this. But let us all work towards it. And of course, we are going back to the brain. APNS is it? So brain is the most important organ, and I tell something about brain. You just say what are you reminded of? Anybody who seen in the sky in the night? Yes? On the Milky Ways, all the stars. Our brain is just like that. Such complex, such a huge, 100 billion nerve cells with trillions of connections. One brain, we have trillions of connections. Just like the stars are there in the sky, that many connections. All the connections are important for our brain functioning, and when they get damaged, you get your memory loss, your strokes, and your mistakes. 10 trillion connections, 100 billion neurons. Amazing brain and irreplaceable. Once one nerve cell is lost, you will not get it again. You cannot regenerate, you cannot transplant. Heart also you can transplant, but brain there is no transplantation. You cannot. So learn and preserve your brain. So can you recognize which is Milky Way and which is brain? Which is Milky Way, which is brain? Left one? Milky Way. Right side? Brain. Yes. No, they look similar. That is the beauty and the charm of the brain. The decade of the brain. So now I am talking about the developments, what we do, how we conquer these brain diseases. The decade of brain. It is that your couple brain and forever it is written off. For life they are used to be in the bed with paralysis and they used to die after 5 years, 10 years like that. But no more. Everything has a now treatment. Decade of the mind. As I tell you, how common is the brain disorders? 1 in 3 people, if you know what in the month, 1 in 3 people will have brain problem during their lifetime. From childhood to anytime down. So all of you should learn about brain and learn to correct it. Already we spoke about it. And 70% of the diseases are in the low and middle income because our population is here. 70% of world population is in our Asian countries and African countries. The diseases are also here. What is the problem with that? The doctors are there in the Western country and the patients are there in the poorer countries. The disparity. So, for example, in our country, 1 neurologist per 1 lakh patients, people. There, 10 to 100 neurologists per 1 lakh people. That is the disparity. So, unfortunately, all these things we are working on it, the prevalence, and we don't, the role of clinical neuroscientists. I congratulate Dr. Munira and Madam Masako for doing a great job and making our lives better. It is spina bifida. Even now I know some patients with spina bifida. ఇది ఉంటే కాళ్ళ వీక్నెస్ తో కొడతారు పిల్లలు లైఫ్ లాంగ్ అంతే యూరిన్ కంట్రోల్ మోషన్ కంట్రోల్ ఉండదు. ఇది ప్రివెంట్ చేయడం ఏంటో తెలుసా? జస్ట్ టేక్ 1 folic acid టాబ్లెట్ 10 పైసల టాబ్లెట్ పెళ్లి అవ్వక ముందే స్టార్ట్ చేయాలి. పెళ్లి అయిన తర్వాత ప్రతి girl ki if you give 5 mg of folic acid, this can be prevented. That's the whole issue about the gap. Because we're not taking it. Everybody should take a folic acid. As simple as that. And then we are working with the government of India also to make this as a policy. We are fortifying our things, but people don't know whether they take their fortified things or not. So that is a small thing. And traumatic brain injury, already we spoke about it. Chlorotic spine. For this environmental, environmental things we should have a clean drinking water. Everybody should be taking clean drinking water. Couple fluorosis manaki Palnadu mottam, Maachalla mottam. Everybody used to have chlorotic spine and they used to have weakness of limbs. That is actually it is now less with a good drinking water. And then the brain stroke. Brain stroke can happen from many causes which we know, including the heart. And what are the advances? We now have great diagnostics. You can look into our brain, you can look into our blood vessels. On every part of the brain we know how is it functioning. There are so many diagnostic things, excellent diagnostics, including the functional neuroimaging to know about the disease. We know about the blood vessels, drops in my eye. So brain health you can just get an MRI and get it dropped. For example, every diabetic should have this, every diabetic should know this. Blood vessels drop and we can use the blood thinners and then stop the brain stroke. As simple as that. But because people don't understand, don't know, they don't get this. They are available everywhere. It is everywhere and affordable to everybody now. So these are all the diagnostics. Rapid either artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is come and is going to be there and is going to enhance all our lives in every aspect if properly used. So brain lo ekante మనం నేను కంటితో చూసి దీంట్లో ఉందని చెప్పడానికి 10 minutes పడితే it will take 10 seconds. The artificial intelligence enhanced scan it will give us. మనం చూసేలాగ డాక్టర్ this patient is having MCA stroke and MCA stenosis. Go for this one అని చెప్పేస్తారు. When properly used, we are having all these diagnostics coming up and lot of excitement for the future. And as I was telling you, once upon a time there was no treatment for brain stroke. Permanently disabled. Now we have treatment. According to 1995, just 25 years, 30 years probably. Now it's 30 years now we have the treatment. When I was reading neurology, we did not have RBS. Only 95, the treatment has come and now it is a normal. Everybody knows that. If the brain stroke was there, 4 గంటల్లో వస్తే ఆ ఇంజెక్షన్ ఇస్తారు, అది తగ్గుతుంది అని. These are the things. And of course, stroke unit. Stroke units are simple ICUs with monitoring and nursing care. These are all the things which will be useful for everybody. The affordable someone, even in government hospital, we have a stroke unit here. I am proud to say that our government Guntur Medical College neurology department has a stroke unit for a long time. So it is even in PHCs. I am putting a suggestion to the government and health minister to start a stroke unit at every district hospital. It's very simple. These are the things which can be done at everywhere. And of course, and we have missed one of the Guntur, as you can see, here is Guntur. Guntur, we have done the first work, as has been mentioned, in the interventional stroke therapies. One of the few centers in Southeast Asia which has started the interventional stroke therapies, and is our 2005, and it has become established in 2015. 10 years before that, we have started the treatment, and we have presented our work in various international conferences. Like this is Vienna in 2008, and this is San Diego in 2009. Where I presented our original research work on brain stroke, and which were given a lot of many. And Catherine Stanley, again one of the first centers and the most experienced centers here in India, is our Guntur Hospital, which we do a lot of these works. And of course, American Academy of Neurology, we have presented papers. And this public education has been my passion from the beginning. This is way back in 2010, where we did this public education about stroke in the Hindu college, and with all the very senior doctors and other people in the society. It was a huge success, and all the students at that time in the college have become stroke volunteers. It went on for 2-3 years very nicely, and of course we keep doing this public education every year. Every year we do it from 2009 onwards, and time matters, minutes matter. Brain stroke, as they already know, one neuron gone is gone forever. Every minute 20 lakhs neurons చనిపోతాయండి. మనకున్నాయి 100 billion neurons లో every minute 20 lakhs చనిపోతాయి. Brain stroke వచ్చిన తర్వాత దాన్ని మనం we cannot retrieve them back. And then we should always remember time is brain and time matters. And this is one of the award I took in Seoul in South Korea for doing these public education programs about brain stroke. And of course, we have been, our Guntur has been mentioned in the editorials of the Stroke Journal, which is a very great honor and proud moment for us. And of course, first comprehensive stroke center, these are the things. Another treatment వచ్చింది 2015 నుంచి. In brain lobe we can bring out the clot together. One way is to use the clot buster drugs, where you give the injection 4.5 hours and then it rises. The second treatment is where the clot పెద్దగా ఉన్నప్పుడు it will not be lies with the drug. So we have to use this something called a stent retriever, and then we go all the way to the brain, catch that clot and then bring it out. So all these things we have started very early, 2005 నుంచి కొన్ని చేసాము, 2015 నుంచి మన సెంటర్లో very one of we have received the accreditation for this center. So these are the other things. As a teacher, we have received many awards, and we were rehabilitation. Disease వచ్చేసింది. Third part. Once you get disease, you should not think అయిపోయిన నా లైఫ్ ఇంతే అనుకోకుండా. There are so many advances in the rehabilitation part. This is called neuro rehabilitation, robotic assisted therapy, and VOR. And this is our center receiving the first accreditation in India. Entire India, our center ki first accreditation as the advanced stroke center. That's a very important milestone that we have. Thank you. And of course, if we are in the stroke ambulance, the new thing is stroke ambulance. Germany will start in the Australia next to that, US and other places. Now they are working on the economics of the stroke ambulance. అంటే పేషెంట్ ఇంటి దగ్గర నుంచి హాస్పిటల్ వచ్చేటప్పుడు కన్నా 4 గంటలు దాటిపోతే ఇంజెక్షన్ ఇవ్వలేదు కదా, అందుకని సిటీ స్కాన్ ని అంబులెన్స్ లో పెట్టేసి ఇంటి దగ్గర పంపిస్తాం. యూ పికప్ ద పేషెంట్ ఫ్రమ్ హోమ్, డూ ఏ సిటీ స్కాన్ ఇన్ ద అంబులెన్స్ ఇట్ సెల్ఫ్, అక్కడే ఇంజెక్షన్ ఇచ్చేస్తాం. సో దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ స్ట్రోక్ అంబులెన్స్. దిస్ ఈస్ అ వెరీ రీసెంట్ థింగ్ విచ్ హస్ బీన్ అడాప్టెడ్ ఆల్ ఓవర్ ద వరల్డ్. మన ఇండియాలో కొన్ని సెంటర్స్ లో ఉన్నది, బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ద లాజిస్టిక్స్ ఇట్ ఈస్ డిఫికల్ట్ and just riscometer. So as I was telling again, the best way to treat and manage a disease is to prevent it. Now we have digital allowed, please learn these things also. There is a riscometer on the app where you can download it and check your father's health or your grandfather's health, whether they are prone for stroke, and if there is a risk is more, how to prevent it. BP, as I was telling, Simply checking your BP and correcting it will stop the 50% of the stroke. And digital revolution is not just for entertainment, it is also for health. Use it properly. How many steps? How many will check your step count every day? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So, average how is your step count? 8,000 is difficult. At least 5,000. Everybody should have 5,000. The bigger people can have 8 and 10,000. 5,000 steps అందరూ కూడా నడవాలి. సో లిఫ్ట్ వాడకుండా ర్యాప్ వాడండి, మెట్లు ఎక్కండి, నడిచి వెళ్ళండి, సైకిల్స్ బైక్స్ వాడకుండా. How cycling? I don't see cyclists these days. Cyclists are such a great thing. Simple cycling may give us so much of advantage. నామోషి అనుకుంటా నేను మా అబ్బాయి లేకపోతే నీకు సైకిల్ కొనిస్తాను, సైకిల్ నేను దొక్కను మేడం, సైకిల్ దొక్కపోవడం ఏంట్రా అంటే నాకు బైక్ కావాలన్నాడు. సో దిస్ ఆర్ ఆల్ ద మిస్అండర్స్టాండింగ్స్ which we should have. Epilepsy, there is a lot of things going on in intersectorial global action plan and IGAP. This is called IGAP. They gave us a big roadmap, the WHO, P31, how to control the neurological disorders in every country, especially focus on epilepsy. IGAP is a big development where we are all that affected. And of course, and the advances in epilepsy, we have a lot of drugs. Many drugs, but people are not aware that the drugs can control. They think it is some, again, mystery or some god's different rural areas. No? For epilepsy, we have very good drugs. 70% of fits can be controlled with simple drugs. 30% will need some surgeries or higher things. Those surgeries are also available in India now. With this, one of the latest things is the electrical stimulation of the things. Neuromodulation, this is called neuromodulation. These are the developments in things. Digital health tracking, we have so many things. Please use it for health also. Wearable devices, IoT. And then I was telling about artificial intelligence, robots will read our EEGs, our scans, and all our job will be easier. In the correct and immediate medical devices. Now everything has become digital world. Like Andhra Pradesh government already mentioned this, CM Chandrababu Naidu garu, he is doing the Sanjeevani digital card of the records of the patients are collected from the PHC to the district hospital to the main thing. So digital records are important for everybody. So we know for the headaches, I already told you we have maps, and this is the latest advances in CGRP inhibitors. There is 25,000 rupees injection is there for migraine headache now, once a month for 3 months. For people who can afford it, but it is there. The neuromodulation devices and less specific devices. Dementia. For of course dementia, madam already has spoken, 40% of dementias can be prevented. I never thought that. So our understanding is the argument dementia and we can't do anything, there is no treatment, there is no prevention. But 40% of dementias can be prevented. So all these things are simple things in life which we can do a long way. And our main the world is living longer, 100 years, 80 years, 90 years, and all will have dementia. So how to deal with this? We have to have a good so this is how they say healthy brain from childhood. Puttapadi nunchi healthy habits, healthy brain will prevent the dementias. Amyloid scans already madam mentioned, and the amyloid therapies we have got. Amyloid scans unte how much the amyloid load మనం తెలుసుకొని దాని specific treatment anti-amyloid therapy. The lecanemab is coming in India also, మనకి available also next month nunchi we have the patient who can be treated there. Advances in neuroradiology, as I was telling you, we can see every part of our brain with the tractography. My hospital routine test advanced MRI is there along with all these tractographies and the best possible. And when required for tumors, for surgeries, they are all useful to prevent. Surgery avagane cheyali okappudu. Now we know neuro navigation dwara fibers ni pakkku petti we know how to do a surgery. This is called precision medicine. So these are all the new things in medicine that are useful. So you see this cardiovascular tracts which are important for our motor weakness, they all can be identified and preserved. So dementia risk factors and dementia prevention. These are not only dementia prevention but prevention for most of the brain diseases. As we all know, healthy diet, social engagement, and I forgot to mention about the alcohol, smoking, drugs and gutta. So these are all not uncommon And unfortunately, the drugs have come to India, which we don't want, and it came to not only metros, now to cities, to towns. It has come from colleges. ఒకప్పుడు ఐఐటీలోనే ఉండేవి. ఐఐటీ నుంచి ఇంజనీరింగ్ కాలేజ్ నుంచి ఇంటర్మీడియట్ కాలేజ్ నుంచి స్కూల్స్ కూడా వచ్చేసింది. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ వెరీ వెరీ సాడ్ థింగ్. ప్రొటెక్ట్ యువర్ చిల్డ్రన్ ఫ్రమ్ డ్రగ్స్. వాళ్ళతో మాట్లాడుతూ ఉండండి. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ థింగ్ విచ్ వీ షుడ్ నాట్, వీ కెనాట్ ఇగ్నోర్ ద డ్రగ్స్. వీ షుడ్ ఆల్కహాల్, స్మోకింగ్, డ్రగ్స్, stress management, blood pressure management, regular sleep, proper medication. And once you have a disease, it is a lifelong job. Brain disease అంటే వస్తే lifelong జాగ్రత్త తీసుకోవాలి. Simple things. It's not costly. You take your మందులు రెగ్యులర్గా, you check your BP, sugar రెగ్యులర్గా, you do your exercise, 30 minutes of exercise and your meditation and yoga. ఇవి lifelong చేయాలి. తగ్గగానే మర్చిపోకూడదు. That's another important thing where proper management lifelong. Parkinson disease, now these are so these are all the genes Madam was mentioning, LRRK2 and Parkinson gene and autosomal recessive. So to study the mechanism of disease, we can know how to prevent it or treat it. That's the whole importance of the basic research. PET scan on the DAT scan on the whether it's Parkinson or Capricorn, or DAT scan, everything is available now. But better is to go for a treatment. Now no more every the specialty has become a part of other specialty. This is called translational medicine. Now genetics are part of it, the basic research is part of it, we are part of it. So this is a very good thing happening academically. All the scientists are working together across the world, from basic scientists to the rehabilitation specialists to clinicians to academicians, to make the humankind healthier and to lead a better healthy life. That's the whole. And last but not the least is the mental health. Though it is not direct neurology, brain is important manaki. We should have anxiety, depression is very very common and very unrecognized and untreated. Suicide చేసిన సడన్గా అంటారు పిల్లలు. సూసైడ్ సడన్గా రాదు. ఆ పిల్లల్ని గమనిస్తూ ఉండాలి. మీరు ఎవరన్నా విడ్రాల్గా ఉన్నా, మాట్లాడకపోతున్నా, అన్నం తినకపోతున్నా, నీరసంగా ఉన్నా, all these are signs of depression, which is a disease. They don't get depression by itself. It's a disease like headache, like migraine. You have recognized it, especially the faculty members are very very alert about this. So look at the children, and their counseling is very important for schools and colleges. And if there is a depression, please treat it. You can prevent those untimely deaths and the whole lives. What's this? What is this? You tell me. What did you have? OCD. So అందరికీ ఉంది OCD కొద్దిగా గొప్ప. So if it becomes pathological, don't just ignore it, you treat it. Okay? Okay. So neural OCD identified, we know about it. And this is not the problem of person. The way I showed is, we know the biomarker for OCD. We know the cause is in the brain, not in the cow and chain tail one. And we know how to treat it. So I look into the future. Connections. As I told you, we know about the brain, clinical relevance, and lab grown human brain organoids. For everything there is something called model. You do research on rats and mice and these things. For brain is not reproducible. But exciting thing is there is something called organoids. We are developing mini brains, scientists, and they are working on them to learn about the brain. This is another very exciting advances in neurology. And the gut brain axis. మన పెద్దలు ఎప్పుడు చెప్పారు, చిన్నప్పుడు నేను ఫస్ట్ 5వ తరగతి క్లాస్ చదువుకున్నా, పొట్ట బాగుంటే అంతా బాగుంటుంది అనేది. మీరు చూసే ఉంటారు మన తరం. పొట్ట బాగుంటే బాడీ బాగుంటుంది అని మన పెద్దవాళ్ళు ఎప్పుడు thousands of years back they told us. We said, oh, this is our trash, this is our scientific medicine. Now they came back to that, saying gut brain axis. పొట్టలో ఉన్న బ్యాక్టీరియా మూలంగానే పార్కిన్సన్ డిసీజ్ వస్తుంది, డిమెన్షియా వస్తుంది, ట్యూమర్స్, మెలిగ్నెన్సీ, క్యాన్సర్స్ వస్తున్నాయి అనేసి. మనప్పుడు చక్కగా అమ్మమ్మ పెట్టిన కారం ముద్ద కూరలు తింటాం మూలంగా మన పొట్టలు చాలా స్ట్రాంగ్గా ఉండేవి అప్పుడు. ఇప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, పిజ్జా, బర్గర్స్, వీటి మూలంగా ఫ్రైడ్ ఫుడ్స్ మూలంగా వి హావ్ డిస్ట్రాయిడ్ అవర్ గట్స్. అందుకని మనకు కూడా అవార్డ్ డిసీజెస్ వస్తున్నాయి. ఒకప్పుడు మనకు ఉండేవి కదా డిసీజెస్. That's called gut brain axis. This is another important scientific breakthrough in not only for brain diseases, for many diseases. So protect your stomach, protect your brain by not contaminating or damaging it. Okay? So this is the whole thing. Neurogenetics, already madam has said. Now we can map the genome of every person. It is coming commercially also. A person యొక్క genome, the map lagane, India map laga, your genomes can be mapped. genome map and one genome. That we can identify which diseases they are prone to, and we can also treat them. This is the next level of things. We have all these things in the marketing. Gene therapy is online, and of course rehabilitation. As I told you, the rehabilitation also, neuroplasticity, optogenetics. This is another exciting thing in research of brain, where we can see and move the neurons and externally optogenetics and the brain mapping to understand the brain. This is one neuron. ఇలా ఉంటుంది అన్నమాట మన కణం. ఈచ్ కణం ఒక చిన్న డైమండ్ లాగా ఉంది. దానికి 1000 కార్డులు ఉంటాయి. ఆ 1000 కార్డులు ఇంకొక న్యూరాన్ 1000 కార్డులు కనెక్ట్ అయి ఉంటాయి. అట్లాగే 10 trillion connections. That's what makes us great as human beings. This is actual brain picture, electronic microscope of electronic actual brain picture. Of course, AI is now the trending thing, and we have to use it judiciously. And of course, we should always be happy that future holds great things, but we should always be grounded. మనకు కావాల్సింది simple things in life. Highest things ఉన్నాయి. At the same time, we should start doing the simple lifestyle. Now we will conclude with saying, what is this? Is very clear, ma? Clear avutunda? Just last thing. Is it clear, ma? I think this one is not there. This is the future. You know Aditya cinema. You know? 360. So you know the future. If you don't preserve your present, you don't have the future. What was this? So what is happening? He is Raman Chodangani, hero ki they will have the palpitations or the connection. But there is a reason for this, not just the distance. So sound but you got the point. So we know what is brain synchrony. So, we have our saints, we can read your mind. It is possible, it is not fiction, it is not movies. We can read the other person's mind by what is called brain synchrony. Our brains can be connected with this one. There is a scientific basis for this. So many exciting things are coming, and of course, and everything is in the neuron. That is the neuron. One brain cell, ప్రపంచం అంతా అందులోనే ఉంది. మన లైఫ్ అంతా one brain cell లో ఉంది. So learn to take care of your brain, your neuron. Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable brain awareness session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for this session. And now, it is a great opportunity for all the students present over here to ask any questions regarding to the session given by Dr. P. Vijaya ma'am.
Any questions?
We have a question from Mr. Vijaya.
Please. Tell me.
Bhargav sir.
Good evening, ma'am. How does neuroplasticity differ between the children and adults and can be enhanced therapeutically?
Great question. And neuroplasticity is maximum in children and young adults because our brains, after some time, they stop growing. As I told you, in the neuron chupichandra, it has 1000 legs when small diamond-shaped brain. The more connections you have, the better your intelligence or your recovery is. In children, if you train them early, the connections can increase and then they improve. That is called neuroplasticity. అందుకని పిల్లల్లో వచ్చే పెరాలసిస్ నార్మల్ చేయొచ్చు, పెద్దవాళ్ళలో వచ్చే పెరాలసిస్ వచ్చేసాక నార్మల్ చేయలేదు. వెరీ గుడ్ క్వశ్చన్. అండ్ బట్ ఇట్ కెన్ బి ట్రైన్డ్ విత్ ఫిజియోథెరపీ అండ్ విత్ ఎక్స్ట్రాగా కొన్ని ఎక్స్ట్రా థింగ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. నౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ టిఎంఎస్ అని ట్రాన్స్మాగ్నెటిక్ బ్రెయిన్ స్టిమ్యులేషన్, ఎలక్ట్రికల్ స్టిమ్యులేషన్. All these new advances are there to improve the neuroplasticity.
Okay, thank you. One more question, ma'am. Why do some stroke patients recover almost completely, while others have permanent neurological deficits even when the stroke appears similar?
Excellent question. Brain is a complex organ. The importance is the blood supply. There is something called collaterals. For some people, the collaterals are good. ఇక్కడ బ్లాక్ అయితే అంటించి వస్తాయి అన్నమాట. We have a brain, the God has given us circle of Willis, where each artery is connected to the other artery. So immediately the block avangane other side is blood goes has the body. That is the best in these people who recover. They are called very fast recovering people. Slow recovering people, those collaterals are less. And the treatment recovery will be less. Each brain is different. So in particular patient we cannot really predict. But if they come early, within 1 hour of stroke definitely most of the people will recover to normalcy. The more time it is, the more damage it will be. Every minute 20 lakhs neurons die. That is the reason.
Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, normal migraine either one side of the head or the ma'am. If whole head మొత్తం affect అయితే అది chronic migraine కింద consider చేయొచ్చా?
Migraine లో మళ్ళీ మీరు అన్నట్టు acute intermittent గా వచ్చేది ఒకటి ఎపిసోడిక్ మైగ్రేన్ అంటారు. అది once in 1 month, once in 2 months వచ్చినప్పుడు సివియర్ గా వస్తుంది. ఇన్ బిట్వీన్ నార్మల్ ఉంటారు. The other one is chronic migraine where it continues almost more than 15 days in a month if you have. That comes to definition of chronic migraine. Both the things are migraine, more difficult to treat now chronic migraine. అందుకని like any other disease, if you have to any headaches ఉంటే earlyగా evaluate చేసి earlyగా treatment ఇస్తే it will not go into the chronic stage. That is the most important thing. They are different entities, but underlying pathophysiology same. Sensitization పెరిగిపోతుంది అన్నమాట రోజు ఉంటే కొద్ది. ఎనీథింగ్ యూ షుడ్ బేర్ చేస్తాం అనుకోకూడదు. అవసరమైన మందులు వేసుకోవడం కూడా ఇంపార్టెంట్. చాలా మంది భయం ఏంటంటే మందులు వేసుకుంటే బాడీ అలవాటు అయిపోతుంది, బ్యాడ్ డాక్టర్స్ రాస్తారు కదా అనుకుంటారు. అది కూడా కరెక్ట్ కాదు. అనవసరంగా మందులు వేసుకోవడం ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంట్, అవసరమైన మందులు వేసుకోవడం కూడా అంతే ఇంపార్టెంట్. అది కరెక్ట్గా తెలియాలి. గుడ్ వన్.
అంటే మనం నార్మల్గా లైట్ మైగ్రేన్ రావడానికి సింటమ్స్ ఏం చెప్తారంటే డిహైడ్రేషన్ వల్ల, లైట్ ఎఫెక్ట్ అవ్వడం వల్ల, స్లీప్ లేకపోవడం వల్ల, ఇలా రావడం వల్ల వస్తుంది అని చెప్తారు. బట్ ఇప్పుడు హోల్ హెడ్ ఎఫెక్ట్ అయినప్పుడు ఆ పేషెంట్ ఎలా ఫీల్ అవుతారంటే ఏదో 100 tons ఆఫ్ వెయిట్ హెడ్ మీద పెట్టినట్టు, మనిషి వీక్ అయిపోయినట్టు, ఫీవర్ ఫీలింగ్ వచ్చినట్టు.
Correct. They say, అందుకనే what we say is migraine is not just a headache, it is a systemic disease with so many components. Many times you have nausea and vomiting. Sometimes you have intolerance to light and sounds. Sometimes you have abdominal symptoms. Sometimes you will even have weakness of one side of the body. That is called neurologic migraine. Basilar migraine అనే దాంట్లో ఒకసారి సివియర్గా పెరాలసిస్ లాగా కూడా ప్రెజెంట్ అవుతారు. So migraine is not just headache, it is headache plus other systems. It is a genetic disease, very much prone for genetics, and is also modified by the environment. Correct.
Any more questions?
Evening, ma'am. Since you have already mentioned that 1/5 of the stroke cases are under the age of 40, how come the treatment approach is different from treating a patient or stroke in young when compared to the patients that are treated who have had stroke in their geriatric or later stages of life?
Very good. Again, because stroke can happen at any age, as I mentioned, at every age the causes are little different. Common causes are hypertension, diabetes, but in the young age, especially for ladies and girls, pregnancy and delivery is a big risk factor for stroke. Hypercoagulable state of the body. CVT and there is something called specially cerebral venous thrombosis which will happen for postpartum ladies. Headache over there, body either tension or another pain. If you ignore that, probably they will end up with a serious brain stroke. So depending on the underlying cause of stroke, we have to treat. That is why the diagnostics I showed you. Once a patient comes with the brain stroke, first we do CT scan. In 1 minute, less than 1 minute, CT scan చేసేయచ్చు. ఎమర్జెన్సీ పక్కనే ఉన్న సిటీ స్కాన్ 5 minutes మేము చూస్తాము, 1 minute సిటీ స్కాన్ చేయొచ్చు. బ్రెయిన్ హెమరేజ్ ఇస్ దేర్ ఆర్ క్లాట్ ఇస్ దేర్ ఉంటుంది. ఫస్ట్ బ్రెయిన్ హెమరేజ్ ఉంటే దాని ట్రీట్మెంట్ వేరేగా ఉంటుంది, క్లాట్ ఉంటే దాని ట్రీట్మెంట్ వేరేగా ఉంటుంది. ఇఫ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ క్లాట్, whether it is come from heart, whether it is come from carotid, or whether it is come from veins, we have to decide the underlying cause. That is called evaluation. Diagnosis అయిపోతే దాని specific treatment we can give. Each type of stroke there is a specific treatment. Luckily we have all of them. It is just that patient has to come in time. మీరు 4 గంటలు దాటిపోయిన తర్వాత వస్తే ఇవన్నీ చేయండి. 24 సమ్మర్ కూడా దేర్ ఆర్ ట్రీట్మెంట్స్ ఉన్నాయి ఇప్పుడు నాకు అప్ టు 24 hours వీ హ్యావ్ గుడ్ ట్రీట్మెంట్స్ అంటే లైక్ సీజన్ బట్టే ట్రీట్ కాజెస్ ఆర్ డిఫరెంట్ ట్రీట్మెంట్స్ ఆర్ ఆల్సో డిఫరెంట్. I thank Santi Madam and all the faculty and all dear students and public who have been given this opportunity. It's always my passion because నేను చదువుకునేటప్పుడు మా తాతగారికి పారాలసిస్ వచ్చింది. ఆయన అంటే మీ అందరిలాగానే మా తాతగారికి నాకు చాలా ఇష్టం. ఆయన 10 years మంచంలో ఉండి అలాగ చనిపోయాడు. అప్పటి నుంచి ఎవరు కూడా పారాలసిస్లోకి వెళ్ళకూడదు అనేది నాకు ఎప్పుడూ కోరిక. ఆ ప్యాషన్ ఆఫ్ ప్రివెన్షన్ ఈస్ దేర్ ఆల్వేస్. అండ్ మీరు అందరూ కూడా మీరు నేర్చుకున్న దాన్ని విన్నదాన్ని మీరు అన్వయించుకొని మిమ్మల్ని మీ కుటుంబ సభ్యుల్ని కాపాడుకోవాలని ఏ నరాల జబ్బులు రాకుండా ఒకవేళ వస్తే దాన్ని వెంటనే రికగ్నైజ్ చేసి సరైన ట్రీట్మెంట్ తీసుకోవాలని ఒకవేళ వచ్చినా కూడా యూ షుడ్ నాట్ ఫీల్ డిప్రెషన్లోకి వెళ్ళకుండా రికవర్ అవ్వచ్చు అని ఇది మెసేజ్. ఫ్రమ్ A to Z అమెజాన్ లాగా వీ హ్యావ్ సొల్యూషన్ ఫర్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ స్టార్టింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ప్రివెన్షన్ టు acute care to recovery. Everything is possible with science now. It's just that you should know about it and then you protect yourself and your loved ones. Thank you once again for all this.
Thank you, madam, and transferring all the knowledge from our students. And now we are going to award a student for asking the best question. The best asking question award goes to Viranji Nayak from B Pharmacy, and the award will be given by Dr. P. Vijaya Madam and our advisor sir. I request Viranji Nayak to come forward onto the dais.
गुरुजी एक रिकॉर्ड में ला बैटरी लगा जाकर
And faculty members forward for the felicitation ceremony. Please join me in a big round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Vijaya ma'am, for inspiring us with your expertise and dedication. We deeply value your contribution to today's program.
मैम కొంచెం ఓకే
सर्वकना से
Very good evening, everyone. Yeah, Vijaya Madam తో ఏం ట్రైనింగ్ కాలేజీకి చాలా లాంగ్ అభినవ సంబంధం ఉంది. బట్ మేడం చాలా బిజీ షెడ్యూల్లో ఎప్పుడు మనం ఎప్పుడు పెట్టుకున్నా కానీ మేడం చాలా ఫుల్ బిజీ షెడ్యూల్లో ఉంటారు. బట్ ఇవాళ రావడం అనేది చాలా ఆనందదాయకంగా ఉంది మేడం. ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళు మా స్టూడెంట్స్కి మంచి మార్గదర్శకులుగా, అలాగే మా ఫార్మసీ స్టూడెంట్స్కి మీరు ఎంతో మందికి జీవనోపాధి చూపించారు. వాళ్ళు మంచిగా మీ గైడెన్స్లో మీ ట్రైనింగ్లో మీ సజెషన్స్లో మీరు ఇచ్చే దిశానిర్దేశంలో మా వాళ్ళు చాలా మంచిగా హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నారు. అలాగే మంచి లైక్ ప్రాక్టికల్ నాలెడ్జ్ కాలేజీలో మేము జస్ట్ థియరిటికల్ నాలెడ్జ్ ఇస్తాము. బట్ లలిత సూపర్ స్పెషాలిటీ హాస్పిటల్లో మా స్టూడెంట్స్ కూడా మంచిగా ప్రాక్టికల్ నాలెడ్జ్ని గెయిన్ చేశారు. వీఆర్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ మేడం. ఆన్ బిహాఫ్ ఆఫ్ ద ఏపీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ వీఆర్ వెరీ proudly say like we are the one of the like we have like one of the MOU with Lalita Super Specialty Hospital అంటే నిన్నగా Lalita Super Specialty Hospital అంటే మా హాస్పిటల్ అని చెప్పుకుంటాం ఎవరికి చెప్పినా కానీ. బట్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ మేడం అండ్ I really happy to see you in our organization. Thank you very much ma'am and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the scheduled refreshment break. Tea and snacks have been arranged for all the participants at the designated refreshment area at the ground. We invite you to take this opportunity to relax, refresh yourselves and continue your interactions with fellow delegates and experts.
The next session will begin promptly in 10 minutes. Kindly ensure that you return to the seminar hall before the commencement of this session. Thank you for your active participation and cooperation.
సరుకు థ్యాంక్ యూ. నా ఫ్యామిలీకి ఎక్కడకన్నా కొద్దిగా మాట్లాడాను.
మేడం ఇట్లా ఉండాలి.
Let's start the first session.
I request all the dignitaries, students, parents, please gather here in the seminar hall for the convocation ceremony. రస్మిని తినాలక్క మనం
స్మైల్ స్మైల్
A very grand and pleasant evening to all the respected guests, honorable management, distinguished faculty members, proud parents, and above all, the stylish stars of today's ceremony, the graduating pharmacy students. It gives me immense pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to this momentous occasion, the family convocation ceremony. Today is more than a ceremony of awarding degree. It's a celebration of years of dedication, perseveration, and academic excellence. It makes the successful completion of a remarkable journey that has transformed our students into skilled and compassionate healthcare professionals. On behalf of AMLD Memorial College of Pharmacy, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our esteemed dignitaries, honorable guests, faculty members to this graduation day of pharmacy students. Let us now begin this memorial event. I now request our esteemed guests, Chief Guest, Advisory Sir, Secretary Madam, Principal Sir, Dean of Academics, and Chief Guest of 3 days International Conference, Dr. Muralidhar Hadley and Masako Kinoshika, onto the dais to present momentous certificates to the convocation ceremony of the family students. Please join with us on the dais. Please welcome. Let us welcome them. with a big round of applause. Graduates, as we call out your names, please proceed on the stage with dignity to receive your hard-earned degree certificate. After receiving your certificate, kindly pass for the official photograph. Before returning to your seats. Please pay attention towards roll number Y20 PhD 030.
इधर सर का मामू सेंटर सर का सुविधा सेंटर का सर का तो पीछे का
Please be ready by your roll call. Y20 PhD 0302 SK Hanisha. Roll number 3 CH Anjali.
क्या फुल फोटो काटता जाता है फुल काट ना को तो फुल मार डाल मैं लॉन्ग रखे फुल सब है हाँ वो मार डाल बराबर सुविधा ना पड़े
సార్ దగ్గర జరగరా సార్ ఓకే డన్ రెడీ సార్ ఓకే
मैं लॉन्ग को मारना है सभी दोनों साथ से होना चाहिए
Roll number 304 CH Sharon, please be ready before the dais.
वो क्या कर बोला का सुना अपन पीछे से अपन सामने आएंगे पीछे से आके अपन
మేడం
Roll number 4 CH Sharon. Roll number 5 please Darshini.
కొంచెం
Roll number 5 please Darshini. Please be ready before the dais. Roll number 6 J. Edmundal Reddy.
ఇచ్చోండి ఇచ్చోండి
309 C. Meghana. C. Meghana. Roll call please and straight to the screen.
आता
A doctor of pharmacy is not only a medication expert but also a patient advocate, clinical decision maker, and lifelong learner committed to improving patient care with professionalism and integrity. This occasion is also a tribute to the parents, faculty members, and clinical perspectives whose unwavering support, guidance, and encouragement have made this event very grand success. On behalf of AMRD Group of Educational Institutions, once again, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the family graduating batch.
సార్ కొంచెం వెనక్కి జరగండి సార్.
We wish all you to bless in all walks of your life. After departing from the college, please be as part of the strong alumni of AMRD College and give your support continuously to the institution.
బ్రో మధ్యలోకి వచ్చేసాయి, మధ్యలోకి వచ్చేది. ఓకే ఓకే, రెడీ మేడం, రెడీ రెడీ.
కావాలి సార్. ఓకే.
We wish all success in all walks of your life. Dear all dignitaries, scientists, academicians, faculty members, and scientists. With this, we came to the successful closing of Day 1 of 3-day International Symposium on new discoveries on brain and disorders with the dynamic research outputs of Dr. Muralidhar Pandey, insightful talks of Dr. Masako Kinoshita, and with the experiences of whiteboard queen of neurology, Dr. Prithishya.
ఇచ్చేసామా ఫోటో కాలేదు. ఓకే డన్, రెడీ. అందరు ఇటు చూడాలి, అందరు ఇటు చూడండి.